Greetings to you and happy Friday, my illustrious pigeons far and near. I hope everyone is doing well today. We have a little something different for you, and something that has been quite long overdue, if I'm being completely honest with myself. Oh boy, my expression changer isn't working. Hang on a minute. Okay, no, that one's working. What? Okay, now it's working. Okay, you know, just whatever. Wherever you want, it's fine. Everything's fine. You work when you want to, V802, your days are numbered. I swear to God, I'm gonna get alive to the end. You're never gonna be here again. But anyway, long overdue. We are finally going to get around to reading Leviathan and read the story of Limbus Company's very own Virgilius. And I have Limbus Company open in the background, for some ambiance, because believe it or not, comics don't have any soundtrack, so we got some ambience in the background. Don't worry about it. Also a good excuse to do my dailies while I read. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. And yeah, so I've been told that I have all 20 chapters ready to go. Generally, it seems to take around 5 hours-ish to read them, from what I've seen on the YouTube videos that have popped up on my timeline. So we'll see. If I can read it all in one go, great, we'll do that. If not, hey, you know, two-parter. I'm sure you guys won't mind if I make it a two-parter. More Leviathan for you. I know virtually nothing about the comic itself. I've had, like, one thing spoiled for me. I know, like, the purple tear shows up at one point. Somebody spoiled that to me. They were dealt with. But that's pretty much it. I don't know what the story is. I just know it's about Virgilius. So we're gonna learn about our illustrious guide. So grab yourself a drink and a snacky-doo, make yourself comfy, and join me for this reading. It is a city like any other. No, actually, there is no other city like this one. Wonder where we're at. I can't tell just by looking at it. I think, is that Blade Lineage over there? So, are we in Blade Lineage territory? Oh, starting off already. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Privilege much, dear boss? Man, I'm jealous. This, his clerk days or something? On this fine afternoon, certain someone gets to leave early. What's your problem? While the rest of us have no deal with all the niblets of busy work. Oh, I see. It's left to right, not right to left. I'm reading it manga style. Whoops. Where do you think you're chucking that paper, eh? Ow, come on, big guy. Ain't fair to throw it right back at me. We've got to let this one slide. Our operator has kids waiting for him. Unlike you, Denvi, no one's waiting at your place. Oof, ouch. Failed Riz right there. But of course they are. Why wouldn't there? My lovely little babies. Sunglasses enthusiast. Okay, got it. Digging the round shades, though. I'm a round shades kind of guy. I have a pair of round shades. The only pair I own, sadly, but they are quite nice. Sadly, no longer available here in the States. Thank you, tariffs. People don't usually treat tinted glasses as their children. Hey, listen, let the man have his particular brand of neurospicy behavior. Pshaw, you don't know what's up, you know. I clean them spotless every night and... I get the message. I'll cover for you if you all ever happen to be busy, so you can stop complaining. Gee, make it sound like we're harping at you. No sweat, dear boss. Oh, so this is like his workshop days or fixer office days? Interesting. We're going way back, aren't we? Just grab the goodies for the kids. Oh, is this the orphanage days? I see. Well, right. Wait a hot sec. Come here a moment before you go. What is it now? 1, 2, 3. Surprise! What's all this? They'll be delighted to have a visit from Santa. Presents from us. Take them with joy. Oh, God, Santa Virgilius. Oh, it's almost adorable. Thought it'd be cool for our boss to do something like this for once. I figured beards wouldn't suit you, so I prepared firecrackers instead. I don't feel like that is the compromise that was needed here. I mean, A for effort, but I feel like we could have done something a little better. Maybe some shades? No, I'm kidding. Firecrackers, yes, thank you for that. An apple. I get the other stuff, but why an apple? It's for which evokes a peaceful night, more or less. I've never heard the apples meant such a thing. Did you make it up just now? Ain't anything like that, so just take it. 'Twas a tradition to give apples on the eve, back in District 8. Virgilius has Santa, indeed. Crap, District 8. Which one is that one? Hold on. District 8. Project Moon. Which one was that one? H-Corp! We in H-Corp, lads. All right. Did Virgilius make any mention of this back in Canto 8? I don't recall. Well, he did have business to tend to. He was out and about somewhere else. Maybe that was the reference. I just went over my head. I know he had that, like, one thing in Canto 9 that he was distracted with, and then he was off on, like, some mission due or whatever. Maybe that was it. Where was No, enough questions. Long missed bonding between workmates is nice and all, but Santa has places to be, so we'd better let him off. It's getting dark, so take care on the way there. Tell the kiddos I said hello. Every time Virgilius smiles, the puppy dies. H-Corp not looking too bad. I wonder where in H-Corp this is. Or District 8, really. St. Gilius, indeed. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Identification. I've just noticed that the Gladius is just, like, out and about. That's not normally what happens. Like, the Gladius just seems to appear. Maybe it's just a video game thing. Maybe he just has it. I don't know. I'm mostly thinking out loud. Don't mind my questions. I think out loud a lot. I'm not seriously asking the audience. Malanta. It's quiet. Too quiet. No? Alright. Normally, getting to this part of the road makes me relieved. But right now, I'm overcome with unease. I'm actually gonna, give me one moment. I'm gonna adjust the noise gate a little bit here. Cause normally I have it up a little higher because normally, like, I'm trying to filter out, like, my keyboard sounds and stuff like that. Give me just a moment here. We're gonna turn that down. There we go. That'll be a little better. But right now, I am overcome with unease. Now, yeah, okay, valid unease. Ho ho ho! Merry Christmas, everybody! Click, whoosh. Malanta. Well, Merry Christmas, everyone. Huh. Oh! Oh, hey, buddy. Hi, Tom Mary. How you doing? You know, there was a part of me that hoped that post-library you would go back to being humans, but I knew that was a fool's hope. Well, here we are. Well, we're starting off with Love Town, everyone's favorite existential horror. What in the? Yeah, that valid reaction. Oh, guy, they're giving her the Attack on Titan treatment. Oh, it's brutal. Slash. Oh, get wrecked. Got him. Get Gladius. So, can I get context? What's happening here? What and why? What now? Just what is your business? Was this your job? Who then Who gave... Oh, I thought that was them talking, my bad. Was this your job? Who then? Who gave you the order? Oh, there's the purple tear. Yeah, that part was spoiled for me. I knew she would show up at some point. I didn't think it was this early. I think, like, yeah, chapter 1. What is happening? So much happening in just like 18 pages. We got 20 chapters of this. Iori. I thought you perished in that library. Yeah, I got better, you know. Don't ask me. The world is full of curious happenings after all. Just like how you've lost those little ones. And how, like, I, coincidentally, happen to need that child. What does that monster have to do with your search for your son? All pieces have their place. Not like that's your concern, though, So, you knew he had stood on the sidelines. How typical. And now you dragged me into your little game. Well, it's a shame about those children. You'd agree, no? Red gaze. That's one less pretense for you to wear. The word gaze, sure, that is also the Korean homophonous reading of the character an epithet meaning immortal poet. I see. Well, I get the reference. Oh, yeet! Smash! Whoa, 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 whoa. Is she too quick? Color fixer duel! Yeah, you know, it's all that dimension hopping. Cheating! Oh, sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh, sorry, I felt the sneezes coming on. Anyway. So what care are we talking about here anyway? Okay, well, we're just collapsing that building. You know, Iori, for someone who is obsessed with their own kid, you sure don't care about other people's kids, do ya? Boom. I didn't realize the purple tear was such a bastard. Also, it's rare seeing Virgilius on the back foot. I say rare, and more like ever. Come now, Junior. You know there's no point in dragging this out. Nope, can't hear you anymore. I wonder if that's this is probably where he got those scars. You wanna know how I got these scars? Ah, that's chapter 1, huh? Apple. Alright, let me get chapter 2 here. Alright, we kicked off immediately. Well, me, I thought we were gonna have a little bit of build-up, but here we are. There. Mister! Yep, that's him. Are you alright? You suddenly went quiet. It was a bit worrying. Oh, is that like a flashback or something? What the... Hey, boss, you do recognize that person, yeah? You haven't forgotten who we are? Starting to wonder if you remember how you got here in the first place. Don't be so mean to him. Looks to me like his mind's just someplace else, eh? You are okay, right? It's nothing to worry about. I was just occupied with a thought for a moment. Were you reminded of the orphanage? No. So that was a flashback. Okay, now things make a bit more sense. I'm not saying like all my questions have been answered, but it did. Oh, Spat, please. Why? Why? What are we doing? What are we doing? Papa's trying to read. My goodness. My goodness, my gracious. What are we doing? Can Papa read? Is that okay? Thank you. So, what was your name again, Buckaroo? It's Garnet. Intrude. You seem too drunk to be talking, so keep out for a sec, will ya? You're gonna scare the lad. Hey, what the frick, big guy? I was talking to him first. Aye, that's a pretty name. On that side, you're green as a sprout. How old are you? I turned 20 not too long ago. So you leapt into this biz like just yesterday? It's been that long, has it? Yep, all grown up now. Look here, I'm a full-fledged fixer, just like you. I'm assuming this was an orphanage survivor that grew up. Look, Virgilius, you did good. You have no idea how much respect I have for you. You always did your best to keep us from harm. So now let me guess. I want to be a big, strong, powerful color, just like you, Virgilius, right? Let's not get tasty. No way I'm expecting that much. You know, they say you should dream big. I have a long way to go before I can reach that level. I don't have any specialties, unlike him. Still, if I want to find those who destroyed the orphanage, make them pay for what they've done, I've got to climb to your league, right? Doesn't seem like the best idea to me. Our boss isn't out for blood about it either. Alright, so that was after the library, but still a pretty... Oh, God. How long was... I'm trying to remember the timeline, because I know I looked it up one time, how much time had passed between Library of Ruina and Limbus Company. I don't quite recall. I want to say it was like 20 years, but don't quote me on that. So I'm mostly just trying to figure out where in that time frame this is, so I get a good idea. I'm actually just gonna look it up. I don't know why I'm trying to guess here. Let me see here. How many years between Library of Ruina and Rimbus Company? Let's see here. Where did I find that before? Must take place around the end of 983 to begin 984, to put 6 months after Leviathan, and 1 year after Library of Ruina at minimum. Is that right? I feel like it was longer than that. I swear I read it was like 20 years. Like, yeah, or like 10 years. There's a number of places that says 10 years. I don't blame no. Oh, whatever. It's not that important to what's happening. I just want to know where we are in timeline. It's all in the past now. Some things are better left behind and forgotten. Sir, while on the topic of the orphanage, do you remember Lapis? Lapis. Sure, I do. Then you must know she and I were good friends too, right? She promised to meet again, telling me where to go in private. Would you like to join me, sir? To see her in person? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought... To see her in person... Yeah. All Lapis talked about was you, Virgilia, sir. And she never usually... Oh, God. And she never usually opened up to anyone but me. I'm sure she'd love a reunion with you. Maybe she'd want to show you that she's back in good spirits and keeping on. Like me.
No thanks. You can go on your own. There's no good reason for me to meet them in person anymore at this point.
Sir. And you all ruined the mood. Good job, Greenhorn. You've made everyone depressed. The mood here's kinda tanked. How's about we go for one more round? Then order another grilled drumstick for me. And I am gonna go with this pear-scented liquor. I'd like another glass of Hirazaki. What is this? Hirazaki? I don't know. Same booze as Natsuel. Ask him to put a small fin for me. And add this and that. Please don't order more than you can eat, Miss Rikako. What a long face, Buckaroo. You should be happier. Just drink all your worries away for tonight. Okay? Pour a cool glass of milk, bartender. Cool glass of milk for the kid, yep. You say shots are so pretty. It's almost like this place isn't a city filled with murder and death constantly. Yep. You can't run from the trauma forever, Virgilius. My phone noises are good. Oh, District 22. Okay, which one is District 22? Hang on a minute here. District 20. I can spell district. It's fine. Project Moon. Let's see here. V Corp. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to bother you.
What's going on?
Sorry to bother you so late at night. I went out to meet Lapis and I don't know how to. You see,
Calm down and speak slowly.
Okay, I had gone to see Lapis, but something just doesn't feel right about that place. There's suspicious looking sculptures inside. And the people look like syndicate members. Oh, God, we got the ring, don't we? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, not these lads again. Yeah, of course. It's literally the ring. Alright. There was also someone who seemed like an officer of the ring. I remember hearing about it at the Seven Association's orientation seminar. I think that ring was supposed to represent a pretty high position in that finger, too.
How many coils did the ring have?
3. About 3, I think.
The maestro of the ring is over there.
A maestro, huh? Oh, damn. Sir, something's definitely wrong there. I can feel it. What should I do?
To be continued in Chapter 3. My word.
Judging by I've never met anyone named Lapis, I assume this doesn't go well. Something was off about that place.
What gave you the impression?
It looked like a school more than anything.
Perhaps she decided to pursue higher education.
That can't be! I definitely heard Lapis got a job at a fruit harvesting company. And she was never a fan of studying. Oh, and I didn't see a single fruit there. Let alone an orchard. Oh, I guess there were some crates, though the whole bunch was rotten. Anyway, that place is weird. It seemed like there were classrooms, but it didn't feel like a regular school. The people around inside looked like syndicate members. I mean, students usually don't carry weapons to class. I had to swallow that joke. You all make that joke in your own head. I'm above it. Though it might be different at some schools.
Where are you right now?
I ran away from there. Sorry, sir.
No, Don't sweat it. Knowing when to stay out of dangerous business is a valuable skill.
What should I do, mister? You don't think something bad happened to Lapis, right? I really hope not. I got to help her. But even if I appeal to the Zwei, they won't come right away, will they? Mister, can you help me out just this once?
There's nothing I can do to help.
But, sir, I'm not sure what to do on my own. I beg you.
Head back home for now. We'll talk some more tomorrow.
Really? Can I count on you to call me then?
Nothing promised.
I'll be waiting for your call. Thank you, sir. It wasn't much help in the orphanage incident half a year earlier, but this time will be different. Beep. Yeah, what you got going on, Virgilius? Ah, look at the kids. You did all right. You did all right. It wasn't so bad. It's good. Listen, there were survivors. Can't be everywhere at once. Oh, hang on. More sneezes. Sorry about that.
He's still as impatient as he was 10 years ago.
Mister, you really showed up. Thank you for coming.
No need for greetings. Is this the building?
Yeah. I never got far in, though.
Figures resembling works of art, huh?
It's fishy. Something's up there, for sure.
I'll deal with whatever is inside. You can wait here.
Huh? Don't be absurd! I only asked you to help me with this. I can't let you go in there alone. You didn't raise me to be a coward, right, sir?
I never really raised you in general.
That's not the point. I've done my practice. I want you to have faith in me. I promise not to be dead weight at the very least.
Then I'll leave you to deal with your share of it.
Sir! We got the ring. These more Favis. I can't tell who's saying what here, so you'll have to excuse me a little bit.
There are chambers that look like classrooms.
Yeah. It's like they're giving lessons or something.
The ring. They only trust what they see. It might be too late. Typical.
Seems weird now that we're inside. For a school, it's completely missing students. Oh, Spat, please.
No, this is not an ordinary school. It's an art gallery hosted by the ring. In that case, there ought to be docents lurking around.
Does that mean Lapis is involved with them?
Most likely.
Mister, she's gonna be fine, right? I hope we'll find her here. They're who I saw yesterday. Just what are they up to? Maybe telling them Lisa's something useful?
We can ask the one spying on us for directions.
Sorry? They weren't normal exhibits?
We're both busy, so let's get this over quickly.
I don't know what your business is, but I must ask that you give your cooperation, sir or madam. Pardon? What? What was that? Oi! What's going on over there? Did I make a blunder?
Less talk is usually better against your enemies. Get ready.
Okay. Hold on. This thing's kind of stuck. Bruh. Yeah, you having a laugh? Ah, there you go. He got it. Proper 7 association form. Whatcha? Yeah, not bad. You got one. Julius, sir. Yeah, well, you know. Listen, buddy, listen. You did good. All right, don't let that distract you. You did, in fact, do a good. Okay? You only had, you're just getting started in this. Virgilia's been around the block a few times. All right, don't go comparing. Just look at that. You two are totally hilarious. What, kill you to kill or what? And you, the exhibits. Who told you guys to move? Aren't you afraid of being scolded? I know I'm getting off scot-free. Bum, bum, bum. That's where chapter 3 ends, my word. Chapter 4. We've not had a peaceful chapter yet. Every single chapter has been like, we just go. Alright. You guys would have been in serious trouble if someone else had spied you. Not that I mind, though. They weren't my favorites anyway.
A docent.
You see, deconstruction is where art begins. And this is just a bit too plain. Wouldn't you agree? Whoopsie. Don't let Jumsoon know that I said this, okay? He liked the musicians of Bremen. Bremen reference! Jumsoon's name is made by combining that with that. An English equivalent would be Dottie. Okay. You do you. Well, I mean, you tried. Aren't you the one who started vandalizing the items? Whatever we've done, we didn't kill anybody. Come on, bringing in those pieces was a lot of work. You aren't even trying to act sorry. Brought in? Yeah, that's the ring for you. Huh? Did Lapis also? Ugh, this is too bitter. Why did anyone ever eat this? I'm assuming this is a flashback now. You asked for one. I mean, you... Wait, is that Karen? I'm sorry, my brain just short-circuited. That looks so much like Karen, but they call her Lapis. Okay, I guess... Okay, I'm assuming this was Lapis, but maybe this was Karen. I'm flustered. What just happened? You always keep candy in your mouth, so, well, I thought it must be tasty. Oh, that was him talking. You're so clueless. Garnet, the sweeter things are, the sooner they'll melt. Bitter candy I could preserve and suckle away, little by little. Really. When I grow up, I'm gonna try all the flavors in the world. Oh, so what? I'm so confused. What is happening? Spat Papa has a confusion. He doesn't know what's happening. Help. Papa has confusion, Spat. What do you think, huh? I know. I guess we'll find out. We still got plenty of chapters to go. Lapis. Please, hold on. I'll have you untie in a jiffy.
Garnet.
Now, where'd I put my knife?
Garnet. Don't bother.
But this is too cruel. How could such a thing? What's he doing? Hey, kiddo. Seems you're barely a tenderfoot in this biz. Am I wrong? Just hold on for a sec. I've almost got this. That makes things odd, though. You look like you've just barely got your license assigned, so how'd a total tyro like you team up with this monster of a man? Well done. Now you're...
Why did you have to get in my way?
I'm sorry?
You ruined everything! All I had left, all I needed was tonight's test!
Thine eyes have clouded over. Oh,
Please! Miss Pablo,
Until your pupils relax, there won't be anything inside. Oof. Got her. I was gonna say, is Virgilia's just letting this happen? Like, honestly.
Scrunch.
What is she?
So this...
Oh, thank you. I try.
So this is what the purple tear meant by that.
Uh-huh.
We won't find Lapis here. Let's head back.
Reflect me! Keep me in your gaze! I have drops of blood running down your window! When the time arrives, clutch me in your gaze once more! Well, the ring, am I right? Anyway, alright. That was chapter 4, chapter 5. Alrighty. Ba-ba-bum. Where is this going? I'm still kind of reeling, because, like, that looks so much like Karen that threw me off, but they're still calling her Lapis, and I don't know what to make of it. And I don't know what's happening anymore, and again, this is all me thinking out loud. I don't want spoilers. Don't tell me what's going on. Just like, it broke my brain for a while. Oh, hang on a second, sorry. Oh man, I don't know what it is about voice acting that makes my nose run, but it needs to be studied. Alright, baby's first mission. Cookies! He walked in their gallery of all places and wrecked works. Snuff said, there's some reasons to say it's never good to fandango with them. It's true Lapis wasn't in that gallery, but no wonder. Last sent you a gift, too. Lapis sent me something. What did she send? Don't you worry, it's untouched. Check it for yourself. Ah, cassette tape. This is how we used to listen to music and such back in the day before CDs. And that was what we listened to back in the day before MP3s. Alright, where's the pencil to rewind this? Huh. A 6mm videotape. Oh, it's a videotape too. 6mm. Oh man. One step above Betamax. God, I'm old. Do people nowadays use tapes instead of letters to send regards? Even though tapes existed in this world. Don't be silly. I'll go grab a player for this thing. It's all set up. I'll play the video now. Yes. Flip-flops. What in the tarnation is happening here? People pods. Ruby? Ruby? Ruby, is that you? Where's Sapphire when you need her? Oh, oh my god, we got Garnet, Lapis, Ruby. Okay, alright, I get it. No, Mama, I don't really like milk. I told you before, didn't I? And this, the room white painted perished into the vast plain. It went crunchy, crunchy, crunchy. I don't really know who's talking right now, so I'm just kind of doing a voice. You'll have to excuse me. The butterfly, as it was... what in the hell is that word? Drumilgary shook hands with the stomach, and I'll come to you tonight. Nonsense created to emulate the gibberish found in the Korean. Oh, okay. Got it. So literal gibberish. Cool. I love translators' notes. Thank you for that. There are so many of me. You sure you set the refraction rate correctly? All I've done was set the intensity to 3 points as you ordered. What was the maximum number of rips observed? 26. Let's push the number up to 40. I could raise it, sure, but that will most certainly worsen the damage. What's wrong? What's going on now? Means we have yet another failed test on our hands. Ending experiment number 32. Are you sure the intensity calibration was correct? It was properly at 3 point. It wasn't the problem. Ruby. Asia, is it true that the subject has shattered to pieces? I have warned that this would happen since the start. Like I said, I can only do so much on my own. If you were going to pull off an abduction, you should have committed and brought the other eight with me. Just you wait. We'll have more manpower soon. Wouldn't that be a touching reunion? How many riffs are you planning to make anyway? 40? 50? No. It's the ring lady again. No, of course not. 10,000 minimum. Bum bum bum. I cannot wait to see where this is all going. Come on, chapter 6. Yes. Yes. Here we go. All right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Ruby, how many riffs are you? Brush. This is legit, right? Yeah. No doubt that's an officer of the ring. Lapis must be in danger. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I mean, this is a huge find. I don't get it, though. Where the Ward? Sorry, I went full country there for a moment. My southern came out. Well, I don't get it, though. Why they manage to hide the lab that big? I do declare. Anyway, get that out of my system real quick. I don't get it, though. Where'd they manage to hide a lab that big? Plop.
The 17-second mark. Can you upscale it?
I'm actually curious. Is there... Let me go back to the previous chapter just real quick. I just want to see if there's a frame at the 17-second mark. See if I could spot it before Virgilius points it out. Hang on 1 second. Let's see. Do we have a 17-second? Because I know there was a timer up there. No, bastards! Bastards! You did that on purpose! Damn it! You knew! Can do. Oh my god, doors! A little wobbly, but you know, these things happen. This definitely isn't up to code. Someone's getting a building code violation. Never fails to make me sick. This is kinda alarming. What is that place?
The ring owns a corridor. If they can create an exit from wherever they are, a matching entrance that will appear in that corridor.
The doors sometimes fail to link properly, though. That one time was a real bother. Anywho, this makes one thing clear. Oh, is this those backdoor things that Wayfarer Corp is all about? Huh. Interesting.
Yes. The lab is somewhere inside a gallery they own. Remember this door?
Sorry, that was a statement, not a question.
Remember this door.
Alrighty. Shall we tweak the schedule a bit, boss man?
Sure.
That's well. Call this week's clients and tell them to wait a tad longer. I don't think I'll have the patience to hear the ends of their tirade. Aren't you being a bit brazen about this? Then I'll prepare the fake IDs. Goody. Rickaco's on the nitty-gritty. Oh, maybe we should snag some bags and tools too. Things don't go well. We can just pick up the body pieces and still break even. What? Hey, solid data comes in handy for securing a pay. Remember that time we got... Oh my god. Remember that time when we worked our eyes out of the socket recovering data for our client? Hold on, just what? What are you all on about? Who's talking right now? Okay. There was some hot intel circulating between a select few wings in grade 1, folks. It involves a singularity the ring was allegedly almost done observing. I wonder what singularity the ring does have. I know that there is a blood fiend among them. But in regards to their actual singularity, I ain't got a clue. But details about its origins and whether it's really theirs were sealed airtight. But this footage matches everything that's been known so far. What is... Ow. Sorry, hang on. I was resting my arm on my desk. My desk is currently in standing mode. I was just kind of like resting my arm against one side of the desk, just all chill like. And when I moved it, like my arm hair got pulled on something. I was like, "What the hell is this pulling?" And it was like something sticky there, but I realized it was bird poop. Like, damn it, Spat. Hi. He's currently trying to nestle in for a nap. I know. It's okay. You're cute. I forgive you. Yeah, he's still my sweet bird. Hi. Yeah, hello, baby bird. Oh my goodness, he's a Spat. He's such a Spat. Anyway. Clean that off. Fortunately, I have paper towels here for such an occasion. It happens more often than you might think. You struck gold, Garnet! We'll bring over all of the cash cows! Cash? But weren't you going to rescue Lapis and those kids? Oh god, he's gonna go full Don Quixote on them. Garnet, rescue isn't the right word to use here. Well, unless you mean the singularity. Garnet. Denver, she used to care about helping others too. But, you see, when you spend a month with nothing left but chicken bones to eat, you'll drop all your shame on a dime. That's how it is for all of us. You should try to get used to it. Denver, Where's the contact list? Excuse me, sir. But do you agree with her ideas?
The hells and high waters a fixer goes through. Train them best to sniff out the sense of potential yields and follow the flow.
He said the thing.
This is the kind of path that lies ahead of you. You should adapt to it before it breaks you.
Boss, you sure you want to bring the kid along? You're right. I don't think I should join this operation. The ultimate look of disapproval over here. Like, rookie. You almost feel bad. Because I see nothing else but saving Lapis and making them pay for what they've done.
No. You'll be going with us. It's the flow I'm taking.
Virgilius is on board, ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 7. Still have no idea where we're going with this. Ooh. I wish we had kind of abstract architecture like this in real life. Art gallery. Nope. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for Virgilius to go Clark Kent on us. Virgilius engaged in Clark Kent disguise mode was not on my 2026 bingo card, but here we are. Incredible. You know what? I'm not complaining. It's just, like I said, I just wasn't ready for it.
Time to move.
Inconspicuous.
Let us review the plan one last time. Our destination is on the top floor of the gallery, the Hall of Donations. Make sure you've brought all the props for your roles.
Say no more. Better believe I worked my ass off getting all of these goodies for times like these. What's with this pig in the blanket? Can I give an eye? Shush. Watch it, big guy. It'll melt your optic nerves if you ain't careful. Oh? Color me curious. That lid you're sporting too? Yep, so keep your paws off. Thoughts? Do I look like a proper smooth operator? Nailed the home invasion look at least. Womp, womp, womp. Thanks for nothing. That being said, what's wrong with my outfit? Doesn't fit me at all. And hey, what is yours the right size? What's up? I think it suits you perfect. Ooh. Oh, she dead. The coveralls were all I could find. Not so, you dork! You had one job! Huh? Don't blame poor non-swell for this.
Any questions?
Zip it all, y'all. We're in the middle of a brief. Everyone, please calm down. Garnet! Garnet, just say it already. No need to be so conscious. I think we're overlooking the most crucial part. Golly, such a mystery. I can't wait to hear from the rising rookie. Mr. Virgilius already stands out wherever he goes. Why'd you hit me? Act mature, lass. I'm sure everyone at the gallery will recognize him. Come on. No, our gaffer is fair famous, but I doubt he's that bright a star, eh? Well,
You're not wrong that a color does have a certain aura that you can't just conceal.
He actually kind of looks like what? Crap! What was his name? Dong Bak from Kanto 4. He kind of has that like same kind of build to him when he's in this outfit. Like if you swapped out this the suit for like a lab coat, I would be able to tell the difference. People keep looking at us. Wait.
I've run dry. There's no more inspiration left in me.
Severed heads are out of mode now, friend. You might get to see if you're lucky. For real? I shouldn't have chopped one. It's okay. I'm sure your dad will get it. Yep. Corporism is out of fashion, old buddy. Sorry. Look at this. Oh, that's quite extensive. I can see why Matthias complained about it being kind of a maze. I like the idea you can go up to an info desk of the ring and like get a pamphlet of some kind. I don't know why the idea of that cracks me up. Like no other. You want to spell? Hi. My goodness. Mister. Right. Should we bring a cognition warping ID card? That's only useful for brief deception. It won't do much in this case. A direct approach over trickery here. I guess you're right.
It is how it is. That tool is merely a reserve option.
Then, what do we do?
If it's a gaze that cannot be hidden, then one shouldn't do so much as blink.
Denver's Co. Reads Mart. Kubo from NCorp. Oh, snap! Kubo reference! Must be a newcomer in the league. Oh, you know them? You know who they are? Here to rescue a friend. My word. Oop. And so the Mosquito War begins. Holy hell. Is that really it? Yes, sir. There are currently no more bidders. You may leave. Keep an eye on the new lit member, but don't step in. Shouldn't be much of a threat. Such graceful works of art. Sold to the likes of them, there's no chance they could appreciate them in full. Have a good day.
We'd like to head to the 3rd floor.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The third floor, where outskirts mosquitoes be like, I imagine we all just die, honestly. I think that's literally just it. Like, you be a mosquito and you just die. Like, all your blood just exits your body just from being in its presence. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The 3rd floor is... My, we've been visited by a valuable guest. The red gaze. He's even got like the Roman token. Like when I first saw him pop his ego in Canto 6, I exclaimed something like, what in the Nero Claudius? Because he had that kind of like Emperor of Rome kind of look to him. Leaning into that, I see. Let's see here. God, you guys remember Canto 6? That was such a long time ago for me at this point. One of my most legendary crash outs, I think. All heads. I still reel from the pain.
Your eyes may greatly fatigue upon arriving at this part of the gallery. Please mind your step.
Ice cream truck. No, MDM Enterprise. Boo, no ice cream. What are we doing here? Observing. All operas now in the gallery. Tracking devices online. Alrighty. The game's just begun. Gird your loins, folks. And don't be an anxious little amateur out there. Everyone remain calm. Mission Impossible begin. I think that's him still talking. Boss is entering the second floor. Target's moving to point S-32. You've got word on the delivery due date today, right? From the MDM? Yeah, just sign the papers. By the way, what happened to your predecessor? Oh, you know, the usual. Ramble about returning to the ocean before disappearing. Hang on, man. Feels like the box is shaking a little. Stop panicking. This thing's built to stay upright. Right. That's a good reminder. If you tip the box over, you're saying goodbye to 5-year salary. Those sharks really shook us down with the deal. Highway robbery, I tell ya. No way we're doing business with them again. Please don't poke at it, ma'am. Yeesh, wouldn't take a big guy like you to be such a worrywart. Ma'am, I don't want any blame put on me. Fine, just step aside already. Ah, oops, sorry, pal. Didn't notice you down there. We do a little trolling. The general public is bound to the conventional mindset of viewing things from just one perspective. However, Master Jumsun is fond of Austriae. Multilateral methods stem from many viewpoints. From there, we can face the world in all its reality and provoke various interactions. The pieces in this section are partial successes to embody such ideals of the maestros. Oh my. Excuse me, are you alright? Your eyes seem... I'm sorry. I guess I couldn't hold in my emotions. Please, excuse me a moment. I'm afraid the lecture will have to end here for today. Peace! I guess. The artwork's too touching to handle, huh? Damn it. He's buzzing around here. I'm trying to get him. I'm gonna get that mosquito. We're going One Punch Man up in here. I'm gonna get him. Still, you might want to be a tad more careful. When it comes to the upper brass, we wouldn't exactly want them finding out. But it should put me in trouble as well. I've got the goods here, as you can see. That's true, but that's why you're here for me. Right. Peace. Boss and Co. are still on the second floor. The Moonlight Stone Courier has gotten safely. Stay sharp for now. Be sure to cut it off when the time's right. I wish I had some kind of like microphone filter. Hang on one second. What does this one do again? I'm not quite, no. Because I've got filters like on here, just not like let's see here. Yeah, no. Ain't got a microphone filter. I have a megaphone filter. I'll have to keep that in mind. See if I can find a filter for that for the mixer. I will still use that though for these kind of things. Boss and Co. are still on the second floor. The Moonlight Stone Courier's gotten safely. Stay sharp for now. Be sure to cut it off when the time's up. Oh my. Limbus in the background indeed. I figured that A, because comics are silent, having Limbus there will provide some good ambiance. That's also a good excuse to do my dailies. Oh my. Isn't this a top of the line product?
Don't mention it. Just a little nudge to give our future patron a good impression. I'm moved. Am I allowed to look forward to this? You know we're just sampling the goods here, right? Don't get too carried away. I'm aware, but it would be such a shame to keep this joy to ourselves. No. Thanks, but I'd rather, ecstasies. They're better when shared together. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, we got the one with no reasoning behind them. Oh dear. All right, chapter 9 time. Bum 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 bum, and over to chapter 9. Looks like he means it. Guess you'll have to dip yourself in there in hot water there, Denver. You gonna be okay with that? Your buddies look like they might drop dead while waiting for me. Fret not. The drier the ice becomes, the greater the joy of seeing will be. Do we have cleaners left? We do have some left in stock. Be sure to get your brain cells cleaned after this. Oh boy. What the hell is happening here? What? Internal kaleidoscope. Trippy. Yeah, I know the feeling. Literally me in Kanto 9. Like half the time. Chicken bones. You gotta make sure you remove the bones before you eat the chicken. All right, you gotta pace yourself. You don't just wolf down the chicken without ensuring that you've removed the bones. No idea what's happening. Well, how did you like such ecstasy? It was one hell of a time, all right. That eye looks so good on you. Eye contact, ew. Ecstasy is a hell of a drug indeed. Yeah, literal eye contact, don't like it.
It seems to be reset season.
Sure. Are we playing the board game? Is this Shoots and Ladders? Or is this, or are we playing Squid Game?
3-1, you're out.
You'd already flunked twice before. You won't be under our aegis with those grades, so let's cut to the chase. Oof. Good night.
That exam had a rather large audience.
Hell, a lot of examinees are desperate backstreet residents. Art with what made with one's life on the line has a certain charm to it. Now then, I bid you welcome to the 3rd floor VIP lounge.
Frenchie. Oops, sorry, Spat. Yeah, sorry, Spat. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
Some things to note during the auction are... no need.
Oh, let's goobo. We goobin'! I'm already familiar with the rules.
Isn't this a simple game? To pour more money than the other players.
I don't know why I struggled to read that. It was not a difficult sentence, but my brain just wasn't processing it.
Let's see, so...
just faceless N Corp rejects. Oh, these ain't sloshing.
Chapter 10. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer. Ooh. The whole room just rearranged itself. That's actually pretty cool. It's a damn labyrinth here. Excuse me. Oh, I was just saying it must be a hassle to navigate this place. You gotta be careful not to get lost. This guy here used to go off track all the time in the streets back during internship. Yeah, I'm kind of bad with directions. Really now. Well, if you're not familiar with the geography, I suppose that sort of thing could happen. Please, come on in. Alright. Alright. We've pinned down the location. Denver's working on... that was the... Okay. Alright. We've pinned down the location. Denver's working her ass off with the mental keyword. The signal's getting weaker from here on. I can't imagine why. I mean, this place looks so receptive for any kind of wireless signal. What is this, Spot? Yeah, hi. Hi. Yeah, I see Spot. I know Spot is here. Hi. My goodness. Who's nibbling at me? Yeah, you just... Is this you asking for attention? Yeah, I need attention, Papa. My goodness. Hi, baby bird. Yeah, he's a good Spot. Yeah, I can give kisses. There we go. But I am reading the comic. Yeah, I am. I'm reading to the pigeons. This is important. I know, but this is important. Alright. Ooh. Yeah, I wonder if the artists feel like extra pressure when having to design areas for the ring who are artists. More of these tubes. We got tubes! The tubes are people! Clank, alright, is this I've seen this movie. This is when we released the Velociraptor and the Australian guy goes, "Shoot her! Shoot her!" Okay then. Time for a freshness check. A freshness check? We'll open this as soon as you're ready. Opening the container now. Got it. Do I even want to know? So does this mean it's fresh or does that mean it's gone bad? I don't know. I hear a sound. Must return home. It's all fated to break in the waves. I can't breathe up here. Help me. Should've worn your earplugs. It's right there in the instructions. Oh, hi, Ishmael. How you doing? Oh, well. That's what we gotta finish up. Really? I showed you how to wear them, too. Guess I'll have to finish up myself. Got enough space. What are we even doing? It's all right. I bet they'll get better after a short wave of Hirief. In the sea, families should stay together. What? Just sit tight and calm down. Hey. I came since I saw someone choking outside. So, is it all done with now? Done and done. All finished without a hitch. Want to take a look? That's it, huh? What do you say? It's, thick, as expected. Sure works just as well. I hope you'll use our service again. Well, probably. Well then, we'll clean up with the rest of the installation. Okay. Back to your senses, finally? We've got cleaning to do. It's only just getting started, so don't let your guard down.
Sorry.
Don't sweat it. Just do it right next time. Ma'am. Let's say, if you were a river meandering along a course, and if you met a stream to the sea, what would you do? What are you on about? Still lost in the sauce? Should give your head a good smack. I wouldn't go. I'm not the type to mingle with others, if I had to say. That's true, I guess. What do you mean by that? Wait, my head's still ringing. Don't hit me! You seem perfectly fine the way you're talking. Alright then. That was a whole thing. I have no idea what just happened. Alright, let's see. Chapter 11. What is this, Spat? Yeah, hi. I know Spat is here. My goodness, he just needs all the attention, so in a big stretch. Yeah, hi. Hello, baby bird. Yeah, it's a Spat. My goodness. Hi. My goodness. And will scratches help? Can I give scratches? Yeah, okay, scratches will help. Alright, good compromise. And so we come to the auction house. Ooh. Number 10. I wonder what number 10 has any significance to anything. Ah, hey, we know her. Ooh. Trypophobia warning. Sorry about that. I didn't realize we were going to be like that. Oh. Nice view you've got there. Oh, no. Oh, why, though? Why have you done this?
They actually let you in, eh? That doesn't usually happen.
Though, since I guess having a color in the audience was too thrilling for them to resist. Everyone else is just bagged. Sir?
Don't worry. We don't have to bow down. Rather, they'd be honored to see their works frayed by my gaze.
Now, presenting our first item. Oh, hey, this is the same Voss from Kanto 8, right? When the guy did the thing. He did the thing during the immortality exam thingamajigger, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. He did the thing with this thing. 43 years ago, hair was collected into this urn from every villager of a now gone town in Nest U. The opening bid is 30 million on, and the bid increment is 5 million, 35 million, 40 million, 40 million going once. Will anyone give me 45? There, we have 45 million. We're now at 50 million on. Will anyone give me more? There, we have a deal at 50 million on. My praise to you. Now, let's move on to the second item. The elegant Mr. Stroud, going on dancing for 3 years now. Time flows 8 times slower on his stage. A luxury worth giving glances when you bore. I wonder how T-Corp feels about that. Like, this guy has to be a walking T-Corp violation, right? You just bring him into the T-Corp district and immediately they're just like, no. This messes with all of our taxes. No, absolutely not. The opening bid is 50 million on this time.
That man, he's not even remotely interested in the items. He's after something specific. He's in this auction for a very particular reason, like I am.
Yes, we have a deal at 70 million on. Next up, we've reached our final item of the day. It's my favorite one, and the one I expect will sell the highest. I am overjoyed to present this piece to you. Heretofore, an infamous syndicate known for its brutal reign was wiped out in a single battle. All its members, including the leader, were annihilated in that incident. This is a painting that immortalizes the carnage. Oh my. I'm assuming this is another flashback. What happened in here?
Please. My kid is waiting for me at home.
Nah.
Wait. Lapis.
Damn.
So, what's the code?
The password. The file password is Lapis. It's the name of the boss's daughter. Please, let me.
You'll stay alive for a few hours with the cut I'm about to leave on you. Consider it my thanks for having told me the code.
Damn. So you just you killed Lapis's dad, huh? Kinda brutal. Since this battle, their names and records have been expunged. Who they were, what they did, whether they deserved that fate, everything about the syndicate and its members forever remains a mystery. Painted from the consciousness of the sole survivor unto death after onslaught. This is the final item of the day. The opening bid is 1 billion on. Yes, 1.2 billion on, 1.25 billion, 1.3. We have 1.4 billion over there. 10 billion. Damn. Goobo going for the throat at 10 billion. Okay. We have Goobo from N-Corp bidding 10 billion on. Looks like he wants to win this bid badly. Do you think he's here for the same thing as us?
That seems to be it. The corridor of the ring. Access granted to those who win the Meister's most cherished work. He's determined to go there, no matter what.
Is there anyone else? All right then, let's wrap up the auction. Hey, you know you ought to pay the full price in cash here and now, right?
No.
Is this a joke?
I have something more valuable. I'm sure you know the painting is unfinished. It's something of a counterfeit, produced only from someone's fading mind. However, what if I could complete it? If you take me to the lab, I can show you the real deal.
Hold it! This is not in line with the rules! Was it not only the group with the highest bid would be allowed into the corridor? The moment you break the rules of the auction, you and your gallery will be put in ill repute. A major disgrace.
Meister, it's 10 billion on the line. You won't gazump him, right? Rules and reputation. Had you just been a little more cultured, you would have realized that such things are utterly worthless before this gaze. The decision is made. This painting, the Red Gaze, goes to the Red Gaze himself. Get wrecked, Goobo. Idiot. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Alright, chapter 12. So I'm assuming Virgilius isn't yet involved with Limbus Company at this point, just because, like, I don't see any mention of them. Yeah, he seems to be, like, doing his own little office shindig. So the fact that he's just, like, inadvertently completely messing with N-Corp is hilarious. The code is... this is the part where we go, like, full book, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so from here on out, it's a web novel, not a comic. So very little images from here on out. Let's see. The code is I, fragment, and glass, according to Denver. She done did a fine job, boss. Lanyan spoke through the radio, his voice obscured by small noises and interference. I could give him a response without being audible, but I decided against it. There was no time to be loitering around saying my thoughts when that person was ahead of us. And now we take a turn in this direction. One must accompany a guide to explore the ring's corridor. There's a reason that the corridor has countless doors. The passageways connect to one another by intricate and complex rules. Getting lost in a space as linear as a corridor may sound unlikely, but I'm sure it's more than possible in this one. In the footage she filmed, Lapis showed us our destination, the corridor. And the guide here, this ring member, brought us to the entrance. And as they say, one who knows where the journey begins and ends will not lose the way. In other words, now that we are allowed in the corridor, there's no need for a guide. Oh, rip. I'm assuming the I in this narration was Virgilius, but I didn't know that, so I wasn't doing a voice. Here we arrive at the VIP room, Mr. Red Gaze. Please wait here until Master Jim Sun arrives to give you a more detailed explanation on the art. Having outlived their usefulness, the guide's words fade away with no ears to fall upon. Next, the guide's body loses balance and collapses, their ankles having been slashed. Sir? Yeah, we're in text-based section. Yeah. Hope you remember names. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. I am legendarily skilled at remembering names. It's never been a problem for me. Yeah, it's always been a problem. I'm terrible with names. Sir? Garnet was always like this. Even though he's witnessed a good many deaths he could do nothing about. Even though he's realized that the warm hand of a comrade on his shoulder could cast him aside and measure the price of his life at any moment. Even though he was aware that this world is too far removed from ideals like reasons or ethics for him to consider the tragedies he's seen as wrongful. What are you? He's always distraught by the suffering inflicted before his eyes. Spat, what are we doing? What are you doing? You're trying to be a menace. What are we doing? My goodness. My goodness, my gracious. What are you doing? Come on. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. That's bat-related incidents to handle. Where are we?
Our infiltration mission ended once we entered this corridor, Garnet.
That's why I have to deliver this as matter-of-factly as I can. I want Garnet to grow into a person who doesn't agonize over sufferings.
We should try and make this quick.
This gladius is fitted with a heating mechanism. The searing heat of the blade cauterizes the wound. It prevents this guide, whose only fault was laying us in, from bleeding out. They will likely survive. They might recover from the concussion sooner or later and call for backup. But this is no time to spill blood. Garnet's eyes dim upon hearing my words. Whether it be the lunae of disillusion, despair, or expectation, it doesn't matter. I want him to soak in the darkness, to let it slowly consume him. It's what he needs to live a normal life.
I can't afford to repeat the scarcity of time to you twice. Let's move.
Leaving behind a deliberately cold remark, I walked on. A branching path. The passage that seemed to extend endlessly came to an intersection. The correct path was already determined, but it shouldn't be a bad idea to let Garnet come up with an answer. I maintained a willful silence, waiting for him to speak up. I think we should take a right turn. I just feel like it's the right way. He may not know himself, but Garnet is good at deconstructing and piecing together information. Internalizing the Seven Association's workflow he's seen during their fixer qualification tests might have helped, but I believe most of it could be attributed to his powers of observation that stem from the refusal to be a mere bystander to the suffering of others.
It's no surprise that you feel that way. You know where we started and where to go.
A correct answer deserves an apt explanation. I began to mutter.
One can only find their way in this corridor by recognizing those 2 points. Since we know them, we can traverse by feeling what directions to take.
Reversion of causality, was it? I think I remember being taught in the Association's training program that some singularities take advantage of this.
That's right. And try to talk less to other fixers or clients. No one in the city welcomes a fixer who's in the learning stages. Make yourself look better than you are if it help you earn your keep.
Understood. Vim is restored in Garnet's eyes. As easily as he is disheartened, he can shake off the gloom just the same. Although I had no grounds to call it his faith, it's how his emotions usually flowed. That things will always work out, despite it all. For a prosperous life in the city, perhaps a mindset could be useful in the long term. Nope, we got another dude. I hear footsteps. Reaching the end of the hallway, I could sense someone approaching from around the corner. Long steps, composed and nonchalant. A tall person, estimated to be at least 180 centimeters in height. Oh, Christ. Okay, hang on. Okay, I do unit conversion here. cm to inches. I need this in cheeseburger units, please. Let's see here. 180. I probably should have said centimeters to feet. That would probably be a bit more impactful to me. There we go. 5'9". Okay, or 5.9 feet, however you want to say that. All right. Furthermore, someone who could stroll around the corridor like it's their home. They're right around the corner, meaning it's a docent.
You're
a guest wandering around the ring's corridor without a guide leading them can only mean one thing: an unwelcome visitor. But docent bursts out in pure rage the moment their eyes reach us. I knew it. You were just another money-grubbing fixer after all. You used Master Jumpsoon's passion for art to feed your own greed. But Docent doesn't seem to have any patience for my side of the story as she gripped the pole tight and started running at me. An entirely emotional act. Her reason dominated by anger. The action I should take was made clear at that moment.
make sure that you aren't ahead of me, Garnet.
Just as I felt a tiny movement of Garnet lightly nodding in the corner of my left eye, the steel pole flew with an unhesitating force and fiercely clashed against my blade of the Gladius, creating a repulsive noise. It's more solid than I anticipated. The swing I made with the intent to cut through the weapon didn't go as planned. I shouldn't have allowed you to meet Master Jumpsoon! A furious scream flies into my face. It's undoubtedly out of an unadulterated rage. Alas, in order to draw out the full strength of wrath, it had to be rid of spite first. A refined wrath becomes the power to overcome hardship, while spiteful anger only clouds the eyes. For instance, in a narrow space like this corridor, it would have been wiser to avoid engaging in close combat with weapons as long as the docents. However, those consumed by wrath will lash out feverishly in a clash of emotions. This is going to make things simpler. Squeak! An unpleasant hiss of metal scratching on metal. Her slight quivering in the noisy friction doesn't not go unnoticed. As I kicked the lower part of the lengthy pole, all the weight she placed on the front collapses on her. Naturally, her body begins to tilt in the other direction. The docent is leaning more and more, and her pole is pinned down by the edges of my sword, disarmed, completely defenseless. Lifting my other arm, I landed a fist directly on the unguarded solar plexus. I could feel her breastbone deform and break in two before she was sent flying towards the end of the corridor.
Garnet.
With my eyes locked on the target, I saw a glimpse of the presence behind my back and whispered in his direction.
Go find the lab and get in there first.
Just me? Is that really going to be okay? Saying it will be fine won't relieve Garnet of his concern. I'll need something to convince him. I took my coat off. I kept wanting to say cloak, along with the sheath, and handed it to Garnet. Sir, that's...
Take my Gladius.
In all of his floundering, he managed to equip the coat and sword firmly. The mental keywords
Lan Yen relate to you. You remember those, right? And our goal as well.
Of course! Even though he was prone to waver in his feelings, he was upright at his core. That was the important thing. The pitiful and heart-rending struggle to hold his roots fast, grasping onto the small specks of dirt. That's what mattered the most. You're not going anywhere. The docent stood up in the forking passage of the corridor. It was clear from the get-go breaking a bone or two wouldn't incapacitate them. There was just one thing.
I'll deal with the obstacle. The path should be clear to your eyes as well.
Right. I only need a second to adjust the direction a little. What are you babbling about? A different color of outrage is painted over her pure rage. Even if she can't hear the conversation, stopping in the middle of the battle to have a casual exchange with a third party was sure to enrage her for being ignored. That's what I was looking for. The layer upon layer of anger was going to dull the sharpness of her mind. You're not getting away! I gathered strength in my legs. The feeling is rather different from controlling muscles. It's more akin to hydraulic cylinders and motors pumping energy into my right leg. My next attack won't be easy to keep track of. You! The distance was closed in an instant, like a marble launched from a slingshot. I approached the target at great speed. This momentum is asking to be exerted. I simply opened my palm and placed it under my opponent's chin. Her head was thrown back almost to an unnatural degree. Using an augmented body is not unlike driving a car. The procedure on my leg allows me to maneuver them similar to how you feed energy into a car's engine and speed it up by stepping on the accelerator. You could also argue that augments like vehicles in that the feel of use as well as proficiency can differ depending on the manufacturer and model. However, a vehicle is ultimately a tool. It is up to the driver how to operate it. The performance just now was a culmination of my experience more than anything. As I figured when I broke her breastbone, this woman is tough. Her cervical vertebrae are still intact from an impact that would have shattered those of a regular member. Even though she's passed out, it was only for a moment. That fleeting moment was all I needed.
Garnet.
My arm extends once again to find its fist in the center of her chest. The macabre sensation of broken bones being further buried into the body can be felt, and the feelings of organs and muscles around them being torn apart is delivered through the skin. But it doesn't quite lead to the feeling of a life being snuffed out. She had already detached from the fist, stumbling through a door at the end of the corridor. I continued the sentence that had gone wayward for a second.
Now.
Got it! Garnet started sprinting after a brief answer. I could have pursued the opponent and finished her off right away, but I chose to send Garnet on his way first. Incapacitating a docent of the ring without using weapons was going to take some time. After watching Garnet turn the corner, I walked through the broken doorway. In the massive hall, a myriad of purposeless doors lined the wall as far as the eye could see. There was no use in telling ceilings, walls, and floors apart from each other. If a door were to reassemble itself, I might have no way to return. That's how this hall was designed. The docent finally makes a smile. If you know what kind of place this is, then you should know it was a huge mistake to walk into this hall.
Well, I can't say it was, but that does sound like something I've heard often.
Bluffing, are you?
That one is not something I've heard often.
The docent corrects her posture and lunges at me. Wait. She looked ready to engage with me from a distance this time, ever having calmed down or having determined that she would have the upper hand in this place. Unfortunately for her, she will not have that space. Artificially weaved muscle fibers once again build up strength. Propelled with explosive force, I reached her without delay. A fist struck upon her chest yet again. The impact of my hand colliding with her solar plexus, or the remainder of her solar plexus, remainder of Bruce Flex, excuse me, where it once used to be, is sent to me. If I could drop her off the edge into the bottomless cabin before she can regain her balance, the fight will be over. There's a faint sound of crackling and shifting. Finally. However, the tenacity of that docent was nothing to scoff at. After taking 3 blows in the same spot, she adapts to the attack and manages to stay in place, returning a bloodied smirk. Excuse me. The hall stirs with a strange noise, as though the floor wished to become the ceiling. The compartment the two of us were standing on began to steeply incline. If I hadn't been here before, I would have been in danger of losing my footing. If I hadn't, that is. You. The wish of the hall had come true. The docent was hanging onto the edge of the wall that had now become a cliff. Though she is certainly at a disadvantage, her eyes are still animated. The stubborn determination to live. The urge to ascend the ledge at the slightest chance was burned into her eyes. And right now, I am above her. A foot stretched right before her eye. I'll drag you to the abyss with me.
I don't know. It certainly looks like I have the high ground.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground! Prolonging this battle any longer could pose danger. I have to end it. Now. Right. It was something called Shin, if I remember her words correctly. In that case, 2 Mangs should be enough. I deaden my breath and clear my mind. Rummaging through this bag of memories, I carefully fumble around the recollections and pick the heaviest and densest one to fill my empty head. A group of children, about half as tall as my waist, gather around me. Boxes wrapped in colorful papers, prepared for the kids. Snow-covered streets celebrating creation. Emotions that may be trivial to others, but they are far more plentiful than I deserve. A bouquet of such emotions that I could call absolution. The bundle that resembled the sunlight scattered away, like beams fading behind dark clouds. I remember every single moment of it. I engraved them all into my eyes. The Luna of hope I felt that day, and the Luna of despair I felt that day. 2 rings of light that resemble the glow of the moon wrap around my leg. Carrying this nightly luster, the leg sorrowfully lands on the docent as she climbs up the cliff screaming. With such lightness that I can barely hear the footfall, a sound so quiet it's masked by her last gasp. In the most airy descent, the moonlit leg crushed the docent's miserably wounded chest. It was neither the augmentation, blood pressure, nor the contraction of muscles. The only thing that moved was the mind. Kicking off with a recoil of the heart, I returned through the broken door presented by the hall. So, this is the power of light, she mentioned. The power of sin. Interesting. Who is she, I wonder? My goodness. Alright, chapter 13. We're getting there, we're getting there. My legs felt like stones. The fact that this was the first... this is Garnet, okay. The fact that this was the first time Mr. Virgilius and I were separated since we came to the Rings Gallery had been weighing on me. To be honest, it isn't just a gallery. Most of the time, he's been with me to help me with work lately. When he was around, other experienced fixers have kept me company. Being in those groups limited my role, but I was able to go unharmed thanks to them. Then, perhaps, these heavy footsteps I'm taking right now might be my first leap towards being an independent fixer. I couldn't help but sigh. This corridor was narrow, but unfathomably long. What will I do if I go the wrong way? What if the door handle was booby-trapped? Even if it isn't, what if the door doesn't lead to where I want? No. What if I run into an unexpected foe and got trounced before I can even reach my destination?
Take my Gladius.
That's what he told me. I can only assume the reason he gave me his Gladius was because he couldn't put his full trust in my capabilities. Still, trusting me with his weapon may have been his way of showing that he does have a bit of faith in me. If that's the case, and if I want to repay his partial trust, I have to do this right. Come on, pull yourself together, Garnet. Collecting my thoughts, I close my eyes. Doors of an identical shape, their numbers out of order. There's one correct door that must be among them. In my head, I slowly retrace Lan Yan's intel and the footage Lapis risks her life to film. My memory does not fail me. I clearly remember the starting point and the goal from the video. Room 718. The destination wasn't too far from where I was. Eye, fragment, and glass. Although I was never taught how to use mental keyword locks, the door opened by just thinking the words. It was so simple and effortless, it made all my concerns moot. Gripping back the tension before I could loosen up, I gently opened the door to the laboratory that I saw in the video. With each step I take, my neurons fire off furiously. Every little thing that comes into my sight brings up a past lesson. For example, the corner up ahead. In the 7th Association seminar, they advised us to hold our breath for a moment and keep our ears open for possible footsteps whenever we approach the corner of a path. There might be a trap just out of view, or an ambush waiting to strike unsuspecting victims. The sound of my swallowed saliva rings loudly in my ears. It only seems loud because I'm nervous, I consoled to myself, as I quietly leaned on the wall and pictured what was around the corner. Faint and low-pitched sounds, the time between footsteps, and the occasional chatter. 2 people are around the corner. Fortunately, they didn't seem to have noticed me. Unfortunately, though, this corridor is way too clean. I didn't see any objects or props that I could use as cover on the way here. It'd be reasonable to guess there won't be any ahead either. Conflict is probably unavoidable. You gotta be aware of your limits and know what moves you, so you can oh my god, and know what moves you can and can't make in battle. While tightening my grip on his Gladius, I was reminded of Rikako's words. She would often make insightful remarks. It kind of bothers me that her stare falls on me whenever she says such things, but I'm sure she meant well with the advice. And it was thanks to her that I could shake off my thoughts beyond my level right now. In all likelihood, trying to mimic the surprise attack Mr. Virgilius often performs won't work out. In that case, a better plan would be to drop my foe's guard by making myself look sloppy, and then lunging at them. I should be able to close the distance while they're confused. They'll brace themselves and attack me, but when they do, they'll probably go for the part they see first. My left arm. That's when I'll thrust the sword into a vital point with my right arm. I suppose losing my left arm is the price I can deal with. Deciding to give up my non-dominant left arm instead of my right was a result of weighing my options. I heard prosthetic replacements for frequently used body parts cost more. Something about it being trickier to replicate the muscle mass and nerve compatibility. I felt pathetic for having thoughts like these. Why am I making plans with the premise that I'm going to lose an arm before I've even begun fighting? Shouldn't I be thinking of ways to get through this without losing any limbs? These aren't the kind of thoughts he would have. If only it wasn't such a milksop. The footsteps grew close enough to drown out my stray thoughts. There's no time left to strategize. If I'm a pushover, I'm a pushover. So I should do what a pushover can to win. What? I don't remember how I made the leap. The target's frightened breath, their shoes squeak against the floor in response to the sudden assault, the fluttering of white gowns, the terrified faces of two researchers enter my senses as disconnected snapshots. Despite being members of the ring, my opponents didn't appear to be good fighters. However, they seemed to have some means of self-defense, judging from the way they reached into their coats. I gave them an exploitable opening, moving my left arm their way. Please, not a critical spot. Bracing myself for serious pain in my arm, I stabbed the gladius into one researcher's heart with all my might. I could feel the gladius push its tips through their muscles, but the pain crossing my left arm never came. Were they too struck with panic to attack? When I glanced at my left arm, I saw my coat had stopped the blade in its tracks. That explains why he gave me the coat as well. No, Spat. No, you leave my mixer alone. No, now you're being naughty. Go on. That's for you. Before I could let gratitude and relief set in, the researcher at their side now charged me with their weapon drawn. Yeah! Stay away! I swung my gladius in an attempt to hit the blade of the dagger they pulled out. Then, I felt a strange click from the hilt. Instead of blades striking against each other, only the sound of one separated from its base, falling to the ground, had reached my ears. It fell off the dagger like melted ice cream. The heating mechanism. I remember the guy's wound being cauterized by Mr. Virgilius' sword. And now, that same burn was left on the upper half of the researcher's body, split in two and dropped on the floor. Astonished by the sharpness of his gladius that can still cut through a person's body smoothly and the durability of the coat I'm wearing, I felt a small pang of guilt for the two bodies on the floor. However, that soon subsided once I reminded myself of where they worked. Looking for the kids I saw being tortured in laboratory machines, I ran across the corridor. Lapis! This place was far more repugnant than the footage. Thinking of my friends who must be resting in discomfort inside those rows of test tubes made my stomach turn. This is how you can increase the refraction rate. Noted, but if the refraction rate is too high... Following the familiar voices, I found Rikako and Nanswil wearing M-Corp attire. Some researchers seemed to be giving them explanations of the experiment they were doing. I see. So, this lever... I could sense relief in the eyes of our two fake M-Corp employees when we exchanged glances. Rikako chuckled and nudged her chin, while Nanswil gave me a discreet thumbs up. Yeah, I think I've heard just about all we need. Pardon? But I haven't even got started on the glass window superposition or the linkage. Nah, forget it. You must be tired from all the lab work, so why don't you take a sweet nap? Nanswil, Garnet! Rikako's fist hits the flabbergasted researcher in the stomach. Meanwhile, Nanswil snuck up on the researcher next to him and choked him from behind. In the time it took to deprive the researcher of consciousness, Rikako had already taken down 3. Sorry, but that was Ricardo just randomly. There were 7 researchers in the lab. Rikako and Nanswil took out 3 each in less than 5 minutes. I was able to do the last one with ease. It boosted my confidence to get a feel for what his sword and coat were capable of. Though, of course, I still had a long way to go to get on the level of these skilled fixers. Garnet! Did you get here from the corridor by yourself? You've gotten pretty good! Nanswil showered me with praise and raised thumbs. I am very sorry for his pronunciation. I'm 100% confident that I am saying that wrong. So, apologies! Whoopsie doodle. That wasn't anything impressive. All All he did with our boss's sword and coat was beat a few pansies who couldn't wield a knife to save their lives. Ma'am, I saw you cheer for him while he fought, yelling, "Yeah, go get him," and such. I did, but only because it was insufferable to watch. What, you have a problem? Rokako made a gruff reply. The quarreling that used to have me concerned about the state of the team felt like a breath of fresh air to me. Perhaps it's these moments of relieving tension that helped them complete so many field jobs. Mr. Virgilius will be back soon. How are things going on your side? We were able to figure out the controls and how the machines work without much trouble. Wasted a bit of time thanks to Natsuo being a total bungler with machines, but hey, this wasn't a half bad record.
Come on, I only struggled one time.
Back when I was your cray, it only took me a glimpse to get all the stuff I figured out. Fix these days are raised too soft. Rokako's words made my heart beat with anticipation. The two of them were assigned the roles of getting entry into the lab while disguised as Moonlight Stone Couriers since they earned the higher fixer grades. Not through stunning combat expertise, but through a plethora of certificates for various professions. We needed skilled personnel to deal with all of these buttons and levers, as careless handling could cause terrible accidents like what was filmed in the footage. I remember hearing from Denver that the reason Rokako keeps Natsuo around, even though she scolds him like this daily, is that he had skills worth developing. Adjust my mic stand for a moment here. Sorry, hang on. Sorry about that. Yeah. She wouldn't have talked to him like that in the first place if he was an actual lost cause. That's what Denver had added as she giggled. In any case, having two capable fixers with me lessened my worries. Then we can start rescuing my friends now! Where should we start? I asked in an admittedly hopeful tone, I wanted to rescue the kids as soon as possible and find Lapis. Oh. The two didn't look delighted, however. Rokako made a perplexed face, and Natsuo slunk his eyes away. I was familiar with this air. It was after watching Lapis's videotape at the office. My plea to hurry and rescue her was met with a similar coldness. Garnet, our primary objective is to seize the singularity. Don't you remember? It's the reason we got into this job. Rokako said in a slightly frustrating but appeasing tone. And I knew that. Fixers were motivated by the sense of interest, and I was well aware that I should grow accustomed to this and adopt their mindset sooner rather than later. But still, I know. But if you know the controls, it shouldn't be an issue to stop the machines right now. I'm not demanding that we push everything else aside to save my friends by force. If they know how to operate the machines, surely there's nothing stopping them from getting the subjects out. I tried to persuade Rokako with that logic. About that, the things got a bit more complicated, Garnet. That's when Natsuo reluctantly brought up something. We thought we could just turn the machines off and set your friends free, but we learned on closer inspections that the data will reset once the machines shut down. Which means... In short, losing them means we lose our chance at seizing the singularity. So, the kids will have to wait. Rokako always based her priorities on value. And when two objectives were in conflict, she discarded the one with less worth without batting an eye. Perhaps remaining level-headed throughout the process is what allowed her to climb to where she stands now. I can't but wonder how I look in her eyes. An immature rookie who whines when things aren't going his way. An incompetent fledgling unfit to work as a fixer. Or worse, she might not be thinking of me as a colleague at all. Her priorities might have shifted a little had the subjects lying in the tubes been acquaintances of her coworker. But what if something happens while downloading the data? And here I was, miserably insisting on the unreasonable once more knowing all this. Garnet, let's say we open these tubes right now to save those kids and lose the data. What next? We'll need some leverage to use in our favor if we want to get out of this alive after provoking the ring. Ma'am. Natsuo looked at Rokako as if he wanted to stop her, but she went on. Our boss would probably manage, no problem. He's a cull and everything, but well, me and Natsuo. And the people at our office. And you. She rebuked even harder, and then continued with a vague look on her face that didn't appear to signal anger or sadness. I don't think I can handle spending the rest of my life being chased by the ring. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility for us, Garnet? An agonizing silence filled the air. The most agonizing of all was my own behavior. All I could do was stare down at my feet, unable to stand my ground against Rikako's argument. I thought I was ready to face this when I asked Mr. Virgilius for help over the payphone. I thought that even saving Lapis would be an arduous ideal. I'd be able to do it with help from the office and from him. But in the end, even that stereotypical fee of overcoming hardship was the preserve of those with power. That's why Rikako and Nansuil have been planning ahead, looking far into the future, taking into account what kind of organization the ring is. Excuse me. The ramification of getting the conflict with this syndicate, the losses it will cause, the gains they could reap if the operation is a success in spite of all the risks. All of it. Can I bear that responsibility? Of course I can't. I can't even be sure of my own immediate future. So how would I do something far-sighted planners aren't confident they can manage? There's just no way. Even so, I know all the kids lying in these tubes by name. But you two don't. You don't know of the soured sweetness of half-melted candy sticking to its wrapper, held inside a small, patient palm for hours and hours. You don't know of the chilly breaths we had to let out to make the fanciest drawings on the frosted windows during a cold day with broken heaters. Our inherent dearth gave richness to each moment of our lives. So, we weren't related by blood, but we were a family nonetheless. I know all of them. I sank to my knees at the cruelty of having to weigh the lives of my dying siblings against profit and loss. Garnet. But how awful it was that I still couldn't reject it. You're right about everything. No, I'm not actually sure if you are. But it's just so upsetting that it sounds right. I don't know what I can say to prove you wrong. I get how you feel. That wall of helplessness you've hit is another name for reality. So, you need to accept it. We can't afford to live in fantasies. Nansuil put it sedately, to which Rikako shrugged. It's a hurdle every fixer has to go through to become the high caliber workforce, right, Nansuil? He used to be a big ditzy too. Used to it now. Nansuil said in agreement, though his smile left his face for a second. Perhaps we all have a stage of pupation we must go through. Once we've hardened enough and fully prepared ourselves to leave the cocoon, only then will we begin our own flight. In this metaphor, it can only be a small larva just beginning to make my cocoon. I hope the pain that will mold me into a butterfly is sensible. Alright, that's enough of that. Time to get back to business. You cool, Garnet? Rikako saw me give a weak nod, then turned to Nansuil. Hey, Nansuil! Why don't we make better use of the lab space now that there's no one here to interrupt us? We're gonna have to hurry, though. Sure thing, ma'am. Nansuil replied. He then entered the control room to work with the panels. Okay. I can save them. I wasn't sure who was talking. I was reading ahead a little bit to see who this was. I can save them. Rikako and Natsuo are quick with their work. There will definitely be a chance once they finish with the singularity. Muttering what could only be taken as a resolution to myself or an excuse to my friends still trapped in the machines, I headed for the entrance. I wanted to be ready to fend off intruders in case any appeared. However, I heard the clacking of shoes coming from a completely unexpected direction. Someone was walking into this place from inside the control room. It was the person with the multiple rings. The auctioneer, Mr. Virgilius, and I saw. What's a maestro doing here? I heard Rikako's confused exclamation. All of us probably shared the same feeling. Has it been a diversion after all? Sneaking into the lab while your allies joined the auction. Jumsun was calm in spite of the incapacitated ring members and researchers collapsed on the floor around her. There was not a shred of unease from the way she skimmed over the outfits of Rikako and Natsuo were wearing and nodded as if she admired the craft. It seems that's not just the children you're trying to extract. Was I really, truly deceived by Sir Virgilius? Maybe I should have paid heed to the caution. Don't come a step closer. I know you're head over heels for this tech. One flick, and I could destroy every bit of data you've gathered. Got it? Rikako warned, holding a lever. Jumsun gave a vacant look at Rikako with a mysterious expression, and she raised the corners of her mouth very slowly. It was not my intention to eavesdrop upon you, but you seem rather fond of realities. What? Rikako returned. She seemed a bit to be taken aback by that arbitrary remark. Reality. People and their obsession with it. Personally, I'm averse to that word. Her wandering eyes suddenly fixed their gaze on Rikako. And then... Alright. Rikako frowns in pain and staggers. On the other hand, Natsuo maintained his usual calm expression. Only he wasn't offering a hand to help Rikako stand. It didn't take long to grasp what had just taken place before my eyes. Comprehending it, on the other hand, needed more time. The blade Natsuo was holding had impaled Rikako's abdomen. I'm trying to figure out if this is like an illusion or not with her talking about reality. Rikako seems to have realized the same thing. Looking down at the blade poking through her stomach, she then turned to Natsuo, who was standing at her back. Natsuo? Like you said, ma'am. I figured we were on our own to make ourselves a way to live. You damn little... When did you join hands with them? When we were setting up the operation. I knew a grade 3 fixer like me stood no real chance. You gotta show some love for your office mates, at least. You've sunk low. You just say it yourself too. You don't put others in your priorities when you can't take responsibility for their survival. Truth is, I considered bringing you around, but I decided not to. You're not the type to mingle with others easily, after all. Is that what you meant by... Well, this was reality for me. Nothing's too low for reality, is it? Rikako opened her mouth as if to say something, but soon closed it back. Maybe she had run out of strength, or maybe she couldn't find anything left to say. It took hearing Rikako collapse on the floor for me to finally speak up. Why? Why would you? In response, Natsuo shrugged with a quiet cackle. It was as though he were telling me that the answer was stated multiple times already. In some ways, his gesture resembled what Rikako did a bit ago. That's when something finally dawned on me. If this was the reality, perhaps the pupa shouldn't have left the cocoon in the first place. There's no such thing as a sensible pain. Thank you for coming all the way here, my precious gem. Jumsun spoke to me in an elegant voice, smooth as a marble. To tell you the truth, I had given up on the gem that is you, Garnet. The red gaze was a massive thorn standing in the way, and you'd even become a fixer. What a hassle this became. Me? I aimed to create uncompromising perfection. But because of your little deviation, I almost had to compromise with reality and undermine the integrity of my art. I've always been feeling rather unhappy because of that. I really owe you my thanks. She even bowed her head like she sincerely wanted to show her gratitude. Really realizing that all my friends, including myself, were treated like nothing more than materials for a twisted work of art had set my heart ablaze with anger. Why? Why did it have to be my friends? What kind of grudge did you have against the Red Gaze? I vented my unbridled anger at the maestro. Why did it have to be the orphanage? What they needed was an ounce of happiness, not more tragedy. We were destitute children who were trying to find crumbs of joy in the smallest things. I can't imagine a reason to go to the lengths of inflicting misfortune on people like us. Grudge? Yet, Jumsoon tilted her head as though she heard an unfamiliar word. I bear no ill feelings like that. Don't you know what I mean, Garnet? That orphanage was chosen. Chosen? That was not a word I was familiar with. It's where the first miracle occurred. Right there, right then, where you were. Miracle? We never saw any miracles. We were busy savoring little bits of happiness that weren't anything more than regular occurrences to others. We've never... Then it hit me. One thing flashed across my mind. It was a catastrophe. Not all reminiscent of a miracle. It was the exact opposite of one. The incident where a terrible mass of flesh appeared at the orphanage and took so many lives. Chaos that Lapis and I could barely survive. An event that caused Mr. Virgilius, the Red Gaze, to stop visiting the orphanage. Is that what she's calling a miracle? Wait, you aren't talking about the incident on Christmas Eve, are you? What else could it be? It couldn't have happened on a more fitting day. Truly befitting the Holy Eve commemorating birth. It was a truly miraculous day of uncut gems beginning to shine. I wanted to believe I heard wrong, but it was simply out of the question. That was no miracle. My body is shaking. I was overwhelmed with fury upon listening to her disregard everything I cared for. My head was boiling with rage. I couldn't even form my words properly. No. It will mark the beginning of everything. The starting point of innumerable worlds that we will unravel from now on. While I stay silent, Jumsoon keeps running her mouth. You may not have known this, Garnet, but our gallery has been planning to make something fascinating for a good while. For that to happen, we must dedicate utmost care to every step of it. We can't settle for anything less than what is chosen by the world, Garnet. You heard its cry, didn't you? The first of the resurrected to return from the scattered light. I'm assuming she's referring to Tom Mary here from the library. Her voice raised higher and higher as she went on. An ecstatic flush suffused her face, and her eyes grew thin as if she were observing something captivating. I really wish I would put these vocal descriptions somewhere in the middle so I have a better opportunity to actually reflect that, but c'est la vie. And in a moment, she made an order. Mr. Nansul, was it? Could you pull the yellow lever next to you all the way up, if you please? This lever. Nansul hesitates for a moment, and I look into his reluctant eyes. No. Please say that's not it. Please don't accept that part as your reality. I stared at him with pleading eyes. Is what you think it is. Is what you think it is. Even though I don't know the lever's exact function, one thing was clear to me. That everything I did to save my friends will be for naught. That everything will start falling apart right before my eyes. That this downfall will be caused by someone who I thought was family. That I will no longer be able to save Lapis. Understood. Not so! A shout akin to a scream escaped my throat. My legs, which were frozen stiff until a second ago, began sprinting towards Zansul. But I was wrong to the end. It wasn't me in his right mind. It was me who wasn't in his right mind. Rikako gave me harsh but truthful words, and yet I could never open my eyes. This is reality, Garnet. It's time to wake up. Disjoined worlds, identity superposition device. Okay, I thought this was like a translator note or something. Disjoined worlds, identity superposition device activated. Initiating refraction rate intensification sequence. Target, maximum refraction. I just realized I had the robot filter. I should use that. Oh well. Following the announcement of a dry mechanical voice, a chorus of distressing hums filled the laboratory. It was the sound of rifts opening, and the sound of something shattering within me, impaled by the stake that is reality. Oh man, oh man. Bloody traitor! I didn't think that guy was going to be a traitor, but here we are. As the sound of rifts echoed through the laboratory, the children inside the machines began to spit out unintelligible things, screams, and painful wails. Stop, please. I don't want to see. I'm looking into myself. I could never understand what that last utterance meant. It was evident with the myriad of scenes that have unfolded in a flash before my eyes. At the center of them, all was my back. It was quite strange to be looking at countless versions of myself from behind, though it wasn't terror I felt. The sight was rather tranquil, in fact. Perhaps the more apt way to put it would be that I was unsure of what emotion to feel. Thus, all the versions twist, flip, split, and waver until everything begins to overlap. My multitudes occupying or being placed in space turned around to look at me. My eyes meet one of the dozens, hundreds, thousands of my other selves. It might be his that met mine. And at a moment's notice, the sceneries fade away, as though claimed by a bottomless chasm. I vanished into the tremor. I was on my knees, wailing in the midst of heavy rain. The storm in my heart raged with such fury that the downpour couldn't compare, and my despair grows grimy and sodden in the rain. Why am I crying out here? I was a member of the Starlight Office, an unremarkable one with unimpressive pay and lack of fame. Oh, Streetlight, excuse me. In other words, it was a job that I had no reason to be attached to. Then, one day, we were invited to a place called the library, and lost Lapis while I survived there. We left you behind as you became part of the library's collection. Oh, wait a minute. That's Lulu. Oh, is this a mirror world? Oh, snap. Oh, that's cool. See, Mirror World Lulu. No wonder we never got a Lulu ID. This schmuck took it. Damn it. I was hoping that we would get a Lulu ID in Limbus, and now I know why we never did. It was you. You took it. You bastard. I remember that one time on a rainy day like this one, I got into a fight with Lapis over something small. I was so heated by her mocking tone I was on the verge of raising my fist. But when I simmered down a little, I noticed that she was holding an umbrella over my head as she kept replying to my grumbles in the same sassy tone. The streetlight always stands solemnly, shining down in the dark. Letting it gently illuminate the lurching waves of my heart would often help me calm down. That made it my wish to be like you, shining ever more brightly in the dark. I have to get Lapis's book from the library. That's what I can do for... For a while, I poured out my feelings I couldn't quite describe in the rain, and the lights shining down on me gradually dimmed before eventually fizzling out. My surroundings blur again like raindrops running along a window. The me in the scenery casts his gaze upon me to meet my eyes. I don't try to avoid my glare. Director, how could this even be considered tolerable? The outcry of someone breathing heavily from uncontained emotion reached my ears. As I look around upon hearing the unfamiliar title, a desk piled high with papers caught my eye. It was a rather friendly sight, and with that, the feeling of unfamiliarity dissolved like spume. I take a deep breath. My men are too easily upset at this injustice, too eager to argue against it with logic. At such small things, at such insignificant things. The South branch of the Sea Association was rotten to the core. She reference, let's go! I aim to excise each and every trace of the corruption taking hold of this organization. Oh, no, don't tell me this schmuck took Eugen too, and that's why we don't have a Eugen ID. Oh, come now. Don't do this to me. Oh, my expression changer seems to be broken again. Hang on. There we go. Okay, Jesus. It seems like my confused one is slightly less reactive than the rest of them. I'll have to debug that later. I recently changed my hotkeys around because the one I used to be like control for it, but that's like crouch in too many games, so it was messing me up. I changed it around to alt. So I'm guessing that there's something funky happening with that one. I'll look into it later. But if this schmuck is the reason we don't have a Eugen ID, I'm gonna be mad. Gonna be real upsetty spaghetti. But I still had work to do. Though I haven't had proper sleep for 10 days, this was not yet the time for rest. I can only say this. I want you to suppress your feelings and remind yourself money, fame, and power rule over this world. I thought about the fixers of partnered offices, whom I heard were all killed off. The Section 3 director had summoned me one day to demand straight away that I report what I'm up to. When I replied that I planned to fix what is broken, they pulled out a pack of cigarettes and burned through it in one sitting. Why that person decided to help with the cause was beyond me. They swore they'd retire next year too. As a matter of fact, we might face annihilation ourselves if we're not careful. Or worse, we might already be on the way down. Wonder what look will be on Thelma's face when he hears of Section 4's demise. It was my job to hearten up my subordinates and assure them that we're almost through the crisis. Womp womp. I should tell them with unwavering confidence. However, being confident and having to be confident were two different matters. I had to ensure that everything I did wasn't a fool's errand. I must see to it that this is not a dead end for my men. To ease this troubled mind, I turned to look out the window. Then, a gust of wind blew outside, turning the world upside down once more. My eyes meet another's. The broiling heat wakes me up at dawn. The weak breeze, produced by my decrepit fan, does little to dry off the beads of sweat trickling down my back. I had to be up by 6 in the morning anyway. I got a decent post at the local library. I could avoid the attention of my landlord by leaving at this time of day. He forgave me with a generous smile when I couldn't meet rent for 2 months. But his understanding of juvenility turned into clamorous demands once he noticed my overdue rent would continue to grow for another month or two. I could use some cash. I keep writing and erasing text messages. Living in a rural area, my parents don't know how pricey things are in the big city. They think I've taken the midnight shift to make myself some extra money. But they don't know how hard it is to cover the gas, water, and electric bills for my cramped lodging. On top of food, travel, and all the other little things. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you. Appreciate that having you here. I love cappuccino. They think they were reassured by their son that his academic excellence as the top of his class would put him and his family on the road to luxury. But they didn't know that I applied for a lesser university to secure scholarships. They don't know that I had to take a semester off to make a living, or that I was busy flying from table to table serving customers at a barbecue restaurant while others were busy flying in and out of the country, building international experience and studying abroad. I wanted to know where it all went wrong. But with everything taken together, there's only one conclusion to make. I was the only one who tried and failed to qualify for jobs. It must have been my lack of effort that got me rejected. If only I'd slept just a little less than I did. If only I'd brought one fewer piece of clothing. If only I hadn't gotten my hands on different food because I got sick of instant ramen. If only I didn't have to study less to make up for the hole it made in my balance. If only I didn't let temptation get the better of me. It's because I wasn't good enough. I wasn't trying hard enough. I stepped outside to get some fresh air and gazed at the sky. When I was asked one time about what kind of person I desired to be as a kid during a job interview, I wanted to say, I wish I could be rich enough to take a hot bath in the winter. That was enough for me. The interviewer didn't seem to agree, though. I should get another job. I'll get up at 4 every morning. I ran my fingers, looking up job openings on the phone. Looking for a gym receptionist. This is oddly normal. Flying is so weird. It must be a very... Yeah, I mean, life here seems like normal everyday life. Quite honestly. This mirror world is our mirror world. My eyes caught a good enough offer. You can't find a part-time job that pays this much for these hours anywhere. I might even find time to study during the shift if I ask the owner nicely. I was immersed in such thoughts under the blazing sunlight. Yeah! Airplane! Airplane! I must have been too caught up in my thoughts to notice the terrified screams and people fleeing in chaos. I thought the shadow cast over me was a cloud or something. It was a particularly large and dark shadow, but I didn't find it strange. When I looked up, a plane came into my sight. It was flying lower than usual. It looked as if it was about to plunge into the ground. I couldn't seem to recall the last time I saw that thing called an airplane fly above the city. More importantly, I can't tell for sure if I knew it was an airplane in the first place. Where am I, anyway? What district of the city did I think I was in? A wave of nausea rises in me as the strangeness of myself existing in this foreign place as if I always belong here becomes apparent. But all that confusion is useless now. Try as I might, there's no way I can outrun this massive bird of steel. I can tell from this feeling. It's a race I'm doomed to lose, much like my struggle against poverty. In the end, I can't escape the explosion that the plane will cause, crashing into the street. All because I was too slow. I was too incapable. I should have taken out life insurance. When I came home every winter, I'd see my father's back as he carried the cauldron of water he boiled with a barely functioning gas stove. That was the last image that flashed into my mind. In a blow of hot wind, everything went dark. Before I can realize it, my eyes come into contact with yet another eye. And the world shimmers once again. Next up is a genuine article presented by Master Garnet himself. An orange gemstone processed out of carnelian. A subject procured from an orphanage in District 22. A voice coming from the side opens my eye. An orphanage? Carnelian was a shy kid who would only nod or shake heads instead of speaking up. But when we were alone, I taught him how to whistle with grace. I take a moment to examine myself. I'm wearing clothes only members of the ring wear. Next to me is an auctioneer, excitedly following Ray's hands and chanting bids. I'm at Gallery's auction. There, we have 3 million on. Aha, the gentleman over there put up 4 million. Yes, now we're at 5 million. Will anyone give me more? And there we have it. A deal at 5 million on. Congratulations. The strike of the gavel brought me back to reality. I could finally take a close look at the iron placed at the auctioneer's side. You are gems, and you must discover that you will possess unparalleled beauty if you keep cutting and polishing yourselves. I was reminded of the lesson my teacher would preach time and time again. Teacher? Have I been to a seminar at one of the galleries? The word should have been well known to me, but it's bothering that it occurred to me in an unfamiliar scene. That mattered little, though, compared to the jewel before my eyes. So beautiful. The gemstone glistened with a brilliant red hue reminiscent of a sunset. My eyes filled with ecstatic delight upon beholding its luster. The mystifying and magnificent color is exhibited only by trapping the rough gem in extreme heat and pressure. Like burn? Burn. Sorry. Until every aspect they possess has been compressed into a single point. I can picture the process vividly in my head. I can almost sense the aesthetics of cruelty at the center of this precious stone. I want to see more. What splendor will a gem of greater size show me? And think about it. A friend by the name of Aqua had clear blue eyes resembling an ocean vibrant with life. If I can have a gem holding that color, if there's a way to make it... No. I shook my head in an immediate denial of the thought I just had, but it was no use. There was no hiding that I considered how to process my friends into luxury items just seconds ago, as if I was willing to carry it out as soon as I had the method. Then, that in turn makes me wonder how I came up with the idea of processing friends. Have I ever had a friend named Aqua? For that, I can't be sure if I ever had friends at all. Nothing is clear. Am I suffering from some kind of hallucination? Blurry memories of unknown origins are trying to obstruct my vision and judgment. I can no longer find the reason for the tears that were flowing from my eyes. Ah, of course. It would seem Master Garnet has been touched by the recognition of the true value of his artwork. The auctioneer glamorized my tears as a sign of overflowing gratitude shed by a moved artist. As revolting as it is, I can't say that it's wrong. I adored this gem more than anyone, yet I loathed it at the same time. Why? Why? Why do I loathe this beautiful yet melancholic piece of work? Melancholic? What about this gem invokes such a feeling in me? Wasn't processing a friend the most rapturous part of making jewelry? No, that is no friend. It's a gem, an uncut gem. Why are these odd memories invading my mind? Keep it together, Maestro. Before I knew it, the crowd murmurs, applauds, and all other noises tormenting my ears ceased. Eyes send a piercing gaze toward me from the cracked window. Pointing hands extend from shelves, from sleeves belonging to different clothes. And mouths move in unison to speak one word. Garnet. I stumbled, trying to regain my balance. The lab was in my sight again. It felt as if only a fraction of a second had passed. But, simultaneously, I felt like I had just gone through multitudes of decades in different lives. The tubes have gone quiet, and the voice is heard. I peek into the machines to find the truth behind this stillness. He's making the Infinity Stones of Friendship! Inside, I find friends wrapped in some sort of translucent membrane, twitching irregularly. They were curled up like fetuses waiting to be birthed anew, rejecting all interference, yearning to return to that primal state. Just as I was overcome with vertigo and sickness, the world shifted again. A foul performance relentlessly stabs me. Thousands of notes penetrate the body, echoing through the whole nest. All city dwellers stand in place, taking in tidal waves of music. Oh god, are we in The Pianist? Are we The Pianist now? Oh. That's not what I expected. I see. Hey, buddy. Burning anguish swells in my heart. It's too hot for me to try and hold it. What lies before my eyes is beyond all belief. It hurts to look. It's too hot for me to try and hold it. Well, perhaps this is kind of the kind of occasion that brings a person to bloody tears. Why do I have to be robbed of my mundane happiness the instant I find it? Why was the pajon I brought crispier than ever today? Sorry, Lapis. I was too late. I remember you saying that you were not a fan. Oh God, is Lapis the Angelica in this mirror world? Ow! Come now. Oh fine. I remember you saying that you were a fan of the Streets of Music, so it'd be okay. But this tragedy could have been avoided had I found a way for us to move into a nest. The piano had long since ceased, but its sound still stings me. Maybe the performance has never ended in my heart. I'm going to try to live the rest of my life. I'm going to live the rest of my life in regret for this moment. Staring at you in helplessness and become a part of the performance. Drenched in notes of blood rain from above. This silence. This hell. My knees dropped to the ground. My legs fully bent. It didn't hurt. I am once again crouching, touching the cold floor of the laboratory. Dozens of worlds come crashing in, and then sweep away in waves. In one instant, I was a fixer at the streetlight office who had just lost his coworker. In another, I was a director of the She Association sending its fixers to doom. I was a poverty-stricken job seeker in unrecognizable metropolis. Maestro of the ring. Absorbed in beauty, a fixer who faced the tragic loss of his whole family. The despair all my elves carried was unbearably torturous. And I felt the urge to turn my eyes away from everything and take refuge at the edge of the world. But that wasn't to be. There's still too much that remains for me to neglect and hide from. Even though the memories I experienced were harrowing, the pain I felt was proof of the love I held. I see that even if all is fated to disappear, that crossing this vast, harsh wilderness is not an insufferable task, thanks to the patches of flowers I find along the way. That was a scent my friends deserved to perceive. They were not meant to be forsaken to such fate in a place like this. Oh, look at that boy! Oh, look at that! Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't think the mirror worlds are supposed to work like that, but I'm with you, buddy. Splendid! Simply splendid, Garnet. Your sanity is intact at such a high refraction rate. I heard Jumsoon's voice through the window. I must pull Mr. Strahd out of his chamber and put you in there. You were the brightest gem all along. That memorized look, I'm sure I had at one point in one reflection is severely repulsive. That was the most disgusting pair of eyes of all those refracted that I saw over the window. I've seen many pitiable, desolate, and sorrowful eyes up to now, but that was the one I can't stand. Even a minute brush of eye contact could engulf me in uncontrollable fury. The experimental data is almost complete. Just a tiny bit more and I can perfect it at last. The glass window. So remember, engrave those moments in my memory. My pain will be forged into a knife that will cut through your heart. My own guilt, combined with the guilt pouring in from my friends laid inside the machines. When I find the determination to keep these feelings with me rather than try to shake them off, I realize that although my body is in complete disorder, my mind is able to confront it directly. You. And now I declare, adjusting my halved, crumpled mask. feeling the silence that has shrouded me in darkness radiate outward. You'll die by my hand in the most painful way imaginable. Oh, it's about to kick off. Got 5 more chapters of this. Need some water. Hang on 1 second. Where's my water at? There you are. Come here. Anyway. No, Spat. No chewing the wires. No, it's naughty. You leave the wires alone. Let's see. Can't really tell who's talking right now. As I thought, young G was right. Someone in a lab coat entered and broke the silence. Natsuo made way for the scientist. It was a familiar face. The same person overseeing the experiment alongside Jump Soon and operating the machines in the footage Rikako showed me. Judging from his indifference, I suspect Natsuo struck that man when he and Ricardo had... God, I keep saying Ricardo. Rikako had first infiltrated the place. That result is even the first for you, isn't it, Asiya? Jumsoon takes a step back so the man called Asiya can speak freely. His eyes seem to be locked on something far beyond his surroundings, as if he deemed the incapacitated ring's underlings or Rikako's body lying on the floor unworthy of his gaze. It appeared that as though Asiya was observing me through the glass wall all this time. The glass window is a technology that can superimpose worlds upon each other, albeit in a blurry state. Even though it's not as stable as the mirror, it's capable of superposing a large number of worlds. His eyes carefully examined my body in detail, scanning through my limbs that have taken different forms, going from the right arm to the left, then my torso, left leg, and right leg, tracing over like a slithering snake. And most of all, the curious stare of his emotionless eyes met mine and stopped there. More precisely, he was seeing the eyes of many different garnets layered over them. Oh, I could see an exotic sparkle in his eyes. I'm amazed by that man's ability to bear it all. Of course he can. He's a gem discovered by yours truly. Emotions flowing in from all manner of worlds must be vying for control as we speak. Yet he's able to stand his ground without being swept away. His amazement of my current state was accurate. As he put it, my mind was being fractured into pieces, various pain-filled sounds echoing within. Pleased to look at my scars, pleased to see my suffering, raging, crying, screaming in resentment at my adversity. Resentment of my adversary, excuse me. Myself or the world as a whole. Different though they are in approach, all the instances of pain are equal in pitch. With each blink of an eye, I had to withstand moments that removed me from my own self to return here. Asiya nods in marvel. Ah, so you have learned to maintain the focus. I looked up at him. That's why you were able to keep your mind as your own, despite embracing so many pains that not a trace of your original exterior remains. There are still foggy spots here and there, but those can be clarified with no problem. And then, once I do... Unable to contain his thrill, he gapes wide. Ultimately, it could become a singularity to suppress the mirror world, my friend Yi Sang's creation. All it took was curving the refraction rate slightly. The things it achieved. Refraction rate. I've heard that term before. In Lapis's footage. Jumsoon ordered researchers to raise it far past the normal amount. If a scientist did as he was told. In spite of the concerns he raised, consequently, the children shattered miserably. A high refraction rate means you yield more of your heart to the glass window, but it allows for more panes of glass to stack. It can only be successful if you master the delicate act of perishing your heart without killing it, like you are doing right now. Meaning the kids who regressed into cocoon forms were faced with as many, or perhaps 1,000 more, worlds of their reflected selves as I did, and couldn't withstand it. Now, tell me, little gem, how were you able to achieve it without any prior experience? I beg you, young friend. This has the potential to be greater than mere technology. My glass window can rise above all its competitors of the same nature. Let's put aside rubbish like the water or the puddle. Such luck-dependent things aren't worthy of being considered scientific. Such passion. It really was worth risking end-course pursuit to bring you here, Asya. Jumon says, making satisfied eyes at Asya. And all this disgusts me to the core. It's simple. So I decided to give them a piece of insight they seek so dearly. Mustering the strength to get this choked voice out of my throat. I have. What'd you say, Carnet? Did the red gaze hand something over to you? Jumzun approaches the glass wall to hear me better, to observe me closely for any precious technique Mr. Virgilius might have granted me. What did she expect? Of course I wouldn't possess anything impressive like that. So he gave me his gladius and coat. I am no longer using either of them. Only, if I had to name the reason why I can bear this crushing weight of countless glass windows, I am going back with them. It's faith. Faith that I'll save Lapis and my friends and return to the office with Mr. Virgilius. It will keep me secure to the end of my rope. These kids will break free from their raccoons. Jesus, Rizwan. These kids will break free from their cocoons and come back to us. Lapis may be enduring immense pain somewhere else, somewhere here, but she won't let go of the thread of hope. A massive lance handcrafted by Alice Workshop's meisters falls into my right hand. In the world where I was a color, I knew how to wield that workshop's weapons. After. The memory vividly imprinted upon each fiber of my muscles shaped my posture into the ideal javelin thrower's lance. I kill you. Creating an explosive shockwave, thrashing the eardrums, I outstretched my arm into Jimson's direction. The lance crashes right in the middle of the glass wall. Jimson's brows flinched in response. The walls began to crack around the workshop weapon and fall to bits with a loud crackle. This is rather surprising. This glass can't be damaged with most weapons. I see Jumsoon's face between the falling shards. Mild surprise is all you would show. You have no idea how clear and unshakable this faith sustaining me is. You couldn't imagine what it's like when you've lived a life of greed. But my faith is fervent, a flame. With the lance now departed, a bat is in my hands. Its heat burns my palms red, sending a wave of searing pain through the skin. But as soon as I realized that the scorching sensation came from the burn in my heart, not my hands. This mark was left when I lost what was most precious to me, and it ached as I looked to the quietly flickering streetlight. Then, the spark flown from the fiery anguish landed on me. Layers of sorrow gently pile up, adding weight to the heap. So my mind had wavered, I was able to handle it. That weighty pile of sorrow turns into anger. Speak. My body was propelled to Jumsoon's vicinity in an instant. Speak, damn you! The flaming bat whistles towards Jumsoon's head. The sound of rushing wind, crackling fire follow a short interval. Jumsoon turns to the side to dodge, but I won't give her the room to breathe. The bat is swung left, right, then in a circle before flying downworld. Downworld? Jesus, Rizwan, you're losing the ability to talk. Yet, Jumsoon invades it all with ease. Only a lingering trail of flame remains in its space. I can't allow her any quarter. If this weapon won't work, I firmly planted my left leg on the floor, lifting my right leg to swing at Jumsoon. Maestro's outfit has a flexibility-enhancing material weaved into it, which allows me to deliver a more powerful kick. It was wisdom I learned through Maestro Garnet's window. Tell me how to bring them back to normal! The roundhouse kick caught her by surprise. Her reaction wasn't fast enough to get out of its way. The tip of my foot grazed her side, causing her to stumble. Still, the cocoons. It didn't seem to have left a good impact. She slows, turns her eyes to the squirming kids inside the machines again. I am overcome with unpleasant and appalling emotions. However, now is the time to suppress them. What are? I close my eyes and reach for the stillness in the dark. Then, I find a red line and grasp it. When I opened my eyes, a red sword was gripped in my right hand. The blade slashed the jumpsuit like a gale, leaving a crimson trace. Oh, yeah. You got boundary of death, son! Yeah, let's go! I attacked with the intention to behead her, but she regained her balance quickly and deftly stepped away from the wall. But I won't miss her this time. Shink! Nerd! I wish I had the boundary of death sound effect on my soundboard. I'm going to have to make a note of that to find that. It's too good. The sword's direction shifted in a quick twist and headed for Jumsoon's left shoulder. Sturdiness and flexibility of the Meister's outfit meant a sudden slash like this was unlikely to cut through, but in the world where I was a director at an association, I never once failed to slay a target with whom I'd made contact. An arm lopped off with its shoulder, tumbled to the floor. Will you open up after I take your other arm? I was surprised by the way I spoke. I never thought I was capable of saying things like this. Threats or intimidation were usually a job for experienced fixers like Rikako or Denver. However, once I gave them a lashing from my own tongue, I could see it was part of the struggle to stay alive. It wasn't a boastful display of expertise or of a symptom of a cold, uncaring heart. To tell you the truth, those cocoons are new to me too. Even though she had just lost an arm, Jumsoon's face maintains an arrogant composure. It doesn't change the fact that she's at a disadvantage. That much was clear. Oh, stop that. God, I turned the mouse wheel one time and it jumps like half the page. The tide of the battle she should have turned in my favor with this. She has to be barely keeping herself up from the amount of blood she's losing. But Jumsoon's gleeful smile won't leave her face. My dear Garnet, I'm sorry to disappoint your desperation, but it's hard to not divert my attention to those curiosities. Don't be ridiculous! Who else could have? At some point, Asuya interrupted the conversation and began talking. It was in complete disregard of the fight that was taking place, or even the possibility that the sword I'm wielding or the other weapons in the scene might have pointed at him at any moment. He continued to talk as if fears were redundant. At some point, crystalloid or ovoid transformations such as these began occurring on rare occasions after a failed test. Previously, all the failed subjects would do was shatter to pieces. What are you? It's starting to happen. It started happening around the second passing of the White Knights, presumably. What's intriguing is that that natural occurrences of this phenomenon have also been reported, completely unrelated to our experiments. I couldn't understand. You didn't make them that way on purpose? We? For what? Oh, Garnet. Why would we ever partake in the worthless endeavor of encasing precious raw stones in those fleshy sacks? But then, those cocoons. I've yet to hear of any such cases where subjects were sent back to their pre-cocoon state. While there have been attempts to forcibly open the chrysalids, the results were rather abysmal. They seem to have undergo a mutation of sorts once cocooned. What? Why are you so apathetic about it? Aren't you saying those kids have no way to go back to normal? Well, it is what it is. You never know. The metamorphosis might even yield more valuable gems. You mean there really is no way to turn them back? Is that right? No. It can't be. Whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to turn them back! Oh, is he going full black silence? I embrace silence. Yeah, you do. In my hand is a revolver, like a skilled hunter. I have complete mastery of this weapon that I've never used before. I pull the trigger without cocking the hammer to fire 6 shots. Two of them managed to land on Jumsoon's upper body, but they failed to penetrate the clothing and bounce off as crumpled nuggets of lead. I pulled the cylinder out to expel the spent casing. My other hand reached for my waist, only to notice that I have no reserve ammo. This gun, having outlived its usefulness, is tossed at Jumsoon. I see the... Stop that! God, what is up with my mouse wheel? I can't tell if it's just like this page or the mouse wheel generally. I see the lance that I threw at the glass wall now stuck on the floor. There was no need to think about what to do. I thrust it deep in my enemy's direction. She dodged. No, I won't let her again. A huge hammer is placed in my hands, and it ruthlessly slams into the ground where Jumsoon would have moved. She stepped back, then the longsword should do it. A blade much taller than my height draws a large arc along the horizon, cutting across the hammer and lance lodged on the floor. More. I still need more. A Ragnar dagger in my right hand, an Alice gauntlet in my left. I leapt forward to see Jumsoon's infuriating mug, still showing no signs of panic. I jab a plate of steel into it and strike forth an edge of raw iron. But she evades them. She dodges them all. That slimy crook won't let me hit her once. Why? I should have mastered these weapons, but it feels like my body can't replicate half my knowledge. I can't stop here. I fling the dagger, aiming for her heart. Alas, it was blocked by Jumsoon's weapon, held with her one arm. I need something more effective, something other than the ones I've dropped on the ground. Now I hold a heavy mace. I'll need something more effective, something other than the ones I've dropped on the ground. Now I hold a heavy mace. I viciously swing it to drive Jumsoon to a corner where she can't escape. She's cornered without a doubt. I managed... Stop that. I managed to land a clean hit or make her visibly tense. That won't go on for long. The shotgun will do well against a corner target. A curtain of black and white projectiles shower Jumsoon's body. Pellets, slugs, occasional flashes and flames. After emptying the barrel, I toss the shotgun away and summon the greatsword, striking downward from head to toe. Silver casings roll around the floor of empty shells. The smell of gunpowder rising from the spent ammo blends with the dust from broken tiles and walls, filling the room with odor. My last weapon will be Durandal. It will be her death sentence. With this one final blow, I will end Jumsoon's life. Alas. And then what? What's the point when it won't bring Lapis back? Suddenly, a mournful question rings in my mind. Lapis, she who was reduced to piano notes and scattered in the wind. The woman who will no longer turn up even if I wait night and day. The woman who is gone in every sense of the word. The rest of my life will be shrouded in horrible darkness. Nothing will console me. In my world gone forever pitch black, sorrow will be the one thing staring straight into me. So, it will all be the same, even if I break this string of wrath before my eyes. Nothing will change for me, even if I brandish my sword for a better tomorrow, for you are trapped in the past, unable to join me in the present. No matter how far I go, all that awaits will be graves. Durandal didn't come. And at last, though the shells are being taken off, I am returned to the man I originally was. The air around me wavers with the heat leaving my body. While I kept pulling out weapons to attack with, the burn on my heart grew, and eventually the reflections fell off layer after layer. Done already? Seeing me stop dead in my tracks, Jumsoon raised her weapon with one arm. All that onslaught was for naught. I was helpless against her assault, having lost the strength to fight back. Well, you tried, kid. Yeah, there go the legs. What I need is that brain of yours. I promise to show you even more worlds through reflections. I hope you don't mind, my Garnet. I thought I could get back to my feet. It was no use. My legs were sprawled on the other side of the room, broken and tattered. The lids of laboratory pods opened one by one, laying out shrieks. I dragged myself along the floor with my hands to take a closer look. Ah, Pecatulum, how lovely. Isn't that great? What emerged from the cocoons were neither butterflies nor friends. They were things, doing nothing other than screaming, crawling, one after another. Things unknown to me were escaping the machines. Everything crashed to an end. I had the inability to do anything. An endless despair. Overwhelmed by that emotion, I retreated inwards. I was subject to constant pressure. The weight of comatose glass panes finally sink in. Curses screamed by my cells from numerous worlds pressed down on me all at once. Bent, shrunk, and warped was my mind, having nowhere to fall back. I want to regress, back into the void where I would feel nothing. I'm reminded of that rainy day. Feelings rise up against my will like dead fish floating to the surface, belly up. Of course, that unwillingness itself had long diminished. Creepy, foul music enveloping the city passes my eardrums and drops off into my heart with such force that it could erode. The suffocating emotions I felt that day constantly strangle me. My threads hidden to cocoons. I want to hide as they did. But then they crawl out. What emerged were indescribable feelings. Friends. Sorry, everyone. I was too late. Let's stop here. I think it's enough. No, Garnet! This can't be! How can this be? Shouts coming from outside grew faint. I slowly closed my eyes, hoping they won't open again. Why must all you gems go inside the cocoon? I hope no one comes looking for me. This will be a comfort I won't give up. Explain to me! Just what is this cocoon? And why does it have to ruin our experiments? It was so simple after all. It was as simple as abandoning myself. There's nothing more to it than closing my eyes and leaving my body for hungered sins to feast on. Like that, I curled up in a tiny little world. And inside I faced the fires of guilt extending an arm to shake my hand. Lovely. All right, well. Chapter 16. All right, we're now in the unofficial translation territory, so we'll see how this one goes. Book 16. Family. Finding a way out of the corridor with countless doors was quite arduous task. I assume we're back with Virgilius. Here it is. Walking out the door, which soundlessly opened, I faced a nondescript hallway again. I wondered if Garnet had successfully found the laboratory and joined the others. It was probably easy since he was always brilliant at locating things. Also, Rikako and Natsuo were carrying out the operation without any problems until just before entering the corridor. So if things went as expected, they should have secured the desired technologies by now, or even rescued the children, which Garnet had been hoping for so badly. However, for some time now, a mysterious shadow has been hovering over my back. An insight that cannot be accurately explained, or a sixth sense. It'd be no exaggeration to say that this prognostication has been the leading actor that guides me through my life as a fixer. The shadow that has hung over me ever since I saw Lapis's image seemed to have become heavier. At the office, I was determined. I'm just going to use the scroll thing over here. At the office, I was determined that the shadow was probably Garnet's. Even if I could not determine with certainty what or whose light had created the shadow. Never mind, I'm not going to use it. It's too accurate, required too much accuracy for me. Even if I couldn't, I could at least guess. Although the majority disagreed, it was ultimately for this reason I took Garnet on this mission. If one were to think rationally, leaving Garnet at the office would have been much more apt, wouldn't it? And against the ring, even more so. Garnet's experience is too lacking for him to fight even a lesser opponent head-on. That said, he is unskilled in hiding his emotions and deceiving his opponents. In fact, the opponent may even seize the opportunity to win by taking advantage of his emotions. Nevertheless, I've never been comfortable ignoring the sensation that wraps itself around me from the nape of my neck. It's as if something was on my shoulder, pointing out that I should go this way. An abominable but irresistible pressure. I call it flow. As I continued to live as a fixer, the pressure became stronger and clearer. Perhaps my accumulated experience overflows instinctively at times like these. I let Garnet ride on this flow, and now he cruised on the bursting stream. At least until a while ago.
Come out.
But this unwanted shadow that presses on my shoulders now has become a different flow. It is an unpleasant presence with a bloody taste and smell. I quicken my pace. The identity of the shadow is not far away, where it's pointing towards. As expected, there was no use in trying to hide from you. Footsteps are heard in the hallway ahead. They aren't the footsteps of either Garnet, Rinkako, or Nansul. Their owner is much taller than them. The footsteps try to somehow hide their anxiety, but they are not the sounds made by the shoes worn by the ring, a third party of unknown affiliation. However, his voice and bloody smell were very familiar. If we've seen each other 3 times, we must be old acquaintances, no? It seems we have quite the connection. I believe he was Gubo from N-Corp. This is the person I saw at the gallery at the auction house. Is he the new Flo? I need to investigate this sensation more to see how it led me this way.
Your coat is covered in blood, no?
You're correct. In order to come here,
You killed them all. The auctioneer. The people in the hallway.
Gubo raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled impishly. I thought I'd lower your guard by pretending to be injured, but it seems that didn't work.
I had a feeling some people were accompanying you.
His smile mouth was slanted, thin, and long. Well, in a battle, there are always losses. I was just lucky. I didn't suffer any. He doesn't really look like it. His gloves are clean without a trace of battle, and his coat is stained. His coat is stained with blood and does not appear to be torn or ripped in any way. He must be standing here in exchange for the lives of those who accompanied him. They fought while he hid himself. There was no other way to get in here. I didn't want to break any rules of the auction, but you put me in a tight spot. He spoke in a very resentful tone. He seems to be referring to the last art piece, if you can call it that, for which we won the bidding and received Jumsoon's invitation. Just before that, he had offered 10 billion on for it as if it were nothing. No one at the auction house was surprised to hear that amount. Perhaps he was planning to forge a connection with Jumsoon through that huge deal. In addition, one could conclude that there was a fairly pressing reason for him to make a breakthrough with Jumsoon, seeing as he was offering such a sum of money. Oh, I don't blame you, don't misunderstand. The fact that he didn't raise an eyebrow despite raising a sum of money great enough to upset all those who'd enjoy an upper-class lifestyle. The fact that he could smile unconcernedly despite having killed all the 20-plus people in the auction house. The emotional turmoil fighting against the ring, including some docents, couldn't have been small at all. Even so, he was able to keep his composed expression and even joke about it. But a feeling of insecurity, obsession, and yearning can be seen reflected through it. He is a person willing to pay any price for the sake of his goal. He is constantly calculating ways to reach it, even if it means deferring the consequent emotions and conduct. So this is how this flow goes, huh?
I suppose you showed yourself because you want something.
Tell me what your original goal was. It would be wise to tell the truth. His glasses momentarily glint in the light. His expression shows I finally got through to him. Do you think I would have a reason to lie? The bloodstains hardened on his glasses make it appear as if their blood-red color is dwelling in his eyes. They've stolen a valuable asset. We just came to look for it. To ask for it back. He seems nonchalant, as if he had come to retrieve a tool he loaned. I don't know why that word confused me. But I also sense a smoldering heat deep within. It doesn't seem to be a material asset. The image of the laboratory from the videotapes flashed through my mind.
What is the asset?
I guess there's no good reason to dare hide from the red gaze. It's a researcher called Asia. It takes an important amount of gusto to steal a scientist who reports directly to a director, you know. It didn't seem like he was lying. He must have known exactly what would happen when a lie... must know exactly what would happen when a lie is exposed before me. He must have calculated that it would be to his advantage to tell the truth. I, too, calculated the value of my next question.
Which director of N-Corp?
If he was a target of little value, killing him here and now wouldn't have been a problem. But an intriguing word came forth. The Board of Directors N-Corp. Various personalities came to mind, but I'm not sure they stir around this much.
Director Herman, perhaps.
I'm surprised. It seems I shouldn't open my mouth so carelessly. If the Ring are those who believe in only what they see, then N-Corp is a company obsessed with being seen. Is it any wonder that their pursuits overlap with those of the Ring? If Herman instructed this man to come in and retrieve the researcher, there is a high probability that he's involved with that lab. Garnet is going to love this.
Are you trying to add a new feature to the suicide vending machine?
Gubo's eyes narrow. It's difficult for me to say more. It seems you know that anyway. No matter how hard I tried to conceal it, I couldn't hide a momentary feeling of mine, that being relief. The suicide vending machine, one of the leading symbols of N-Corp, has received countless condemnations and amazements from other nests. But, at the same time, it's an open fact that it is the main source of income and culture for N-Corp. It's possible to estimate how many people move from their nests to N-Corps to use suicide vending machines. It's considered to be a unique construction of... Aha! I see. Well, N-Corp is actually Canada, who knew? I can pretend to know or not know what his ulterior motives are, but either way, this must be quite a difficult subject. I have revealed all that I can reveal about this. We have different reasons, but our destination is the same. So, why not accompany each other? Although the subject matter was a proposal, it was practically a plea. He knew very well that if I didn't accompany him, there would be nothing waiting for him but death. I stared him down, uncaring.
You are thinking about how to use me, aren't you?
He read my expression and promptly spoke up. Oh, that was Gubo speaking, my bad. This man is skilled in savvy thinking. He reads the situation and reacts swiftly based on the pieces he has on the table. Therefore, I decided to wait a little longer, until he shows me his last move, the last move he has. In that case, let me make another offer. I nodded, allowing him to continue. Isn't the purpose of your coming here, after all, also due to this glass technology being developed by the Ring? Because it seems that rumors are already circulating that a new singularity will be observed by the Ring. I replied neither in the affirmative nor in the negative. I did so to make him believe he got it right.
That technology is called glass.
Correct. If all goes well, maybe Asia and I can give you some of the materials that are produced by the apparatus. Now, isn't that enough to close our settlement? I think back to my memories of the videotape. With the cooperation of Asia, who seemed to be overseeing the experiment, the necessary materials that could be easily secured. That was the initial goal of our office. In addition, we could even account for the safe removal of the children from the experimental equipment. That'll make ends meet. All right, shall I accompany you?
Very good. I can ensure you of the material's value.
Just give me everything, and destroy all that is left. It's hard to tell who is speaking and who's speaking what lines here sometimes. Just give me everything and destroy all that is left. Make it seem as if nothing existed there in the first place. Oh, yeah, so this was Virgilius here, I was wrong.
Just give me everything, and then destroy all that is left. Make it seem as if nothing existed there in the first place.
For the first time, his face grew dark. I wondered if he would make a face like that once the math stopped adding up. Isn't that demand dangerous? What are we supposed to take back?
Wasn't your goal only to secure Asia in the first place? The collateral seems to be what you desire.
For someone who speaks so confidently, you seem to be empty-handed, don't you? He was quick and deft with his hands, arming himself and closing the distance between us. A karambit. A weapon suitable for cutting, clawing, and ripping. Furthermore, if you put your finger in the loop on the end of the handle and grip it, you can prevent yourself from letting go of the weapon. However, that would only happen if you can reach the enemy. As expected, Gubo's combat experience was not extensive enough to feign proficiency. Garnet would have fought like this, thrusting his weapon forward before even being near his opponent. Crack. Rip. Ripperino, Gubo. F's in the chat for Gubo. Whether it's here or it's in Kanto A, he's useless with a weapon. The arm, thrust out unskillfully, was no different from an ingredient prepared for easy cooking, and the joint, broken as naturally as flowing water, eventually dropped its weapon to the floor. His pupils narrowed as if he hadn't calculated this scenario, or perhaps he was gasping in pain. So too did his throat, as the space for breathing narrowed and became obstructed.
It seems you may have slightly mistaken in your calculations.
Kubo's having such a pride having his way. Yep. Ripperino. But, don't really feel bad for him. Like, in the slightest, actually. Am I wrong for that? Because I don't feel like I'm wrong for that. Oh, well. I told Gubo as he looked at me, his neck strangled by my right hand, dangling in midair.
The value of your suggestion is worth this much.
I squeezed his throat a little tighter until it blocked the grunts he was barely able to spit out.
Only enough for me to not put in any more force.
After a moment, I relaxed my hand and he falls to the floor, coughing violently.
Your reckoning was cruel to the point of being tight-fisted, isn't it? It's the privilege of being a color. Only joking. Now then, you don't even know the location of the laboratory is, and I'm quite sure the price of my guidance will be substantial.
Gubo, who was stroking his neck and straightening his wrinkled collar, stared at me. You already knew?
Yeah, so just follow me quietly.
It would only be polite for those defeating calculations to surrender. I'll do as you please. Only Maya and Gubo's footsteps echoed in the corridor. There was no sign of anyone. Gubo tried to talk to me, perhaps not liking the atmosphere. Incidentally, did you let your colleague go to the lab first? That being the kid whose eyes were like saucers when I stayed my amount.
Yeah, he ought to be together with my office's family.
Family, eh? That sounds good. It's also a word that doesn't fit you terribly well. I was bothered by the fact that he was acting like a know-it-all, even though we had only just met, but I couldn't deny it. Family was not a word I typically used. Garnet or Yen, or occasionally Denver, would use it in passing. Rikako said it was strange and showed some signs of displeasure, but soon got used to it, and Natsuo would laugh quietly as usual. Sitting around the table and eating together every day, isn't that what family is all about? I recalled Garnet murmuring to a disapproving Rikako as he puffed up. Things that I had casually passed by at the time began to sting and cling at me like a prick in my throat. Sometimes I remember things like this when I am alone amidst the silence. Maybe I haven't been able to expel my emotions. Oh, I see we've arrived. We stopped at the front door. Eyes, sculptures, and glass. I repeat in my mind and the mental cipher Lon gave me. Then I pulled the handle, opening the door lightly. I see the hallway to the laboratory, and beyond it, I see people lying on the floor, having breathed their last. They were of the ring. I felt relief for some reason. There could be no more certain proof that Garnet had found and entered the lab safely. I'm surprised to learn the kid had more basic skills than I'd expected. At first, I wondered why you would bring here a naive little boy. Goober pretended as if he was in Marvel. I did not respond. There was no need to express my feelings. Indeed, I might have been in a hurry. And I also dimly realized that I get quite emotional when something involves Garnet. Maybe he realized it, but pretended not to know. I had no idea how loose I might have gotten, given that I didn't hide the proud look on my face. However, I heard no sound where there should have been one. I am sure I should be able to hear Garnet, Natsuo, and Rikako's voices here. Can you hear crying? It's like... Soon, Kubo's words stopped. Why did my flow always point to the wrong place? Why did the shadow go towards the ruins instead of the peaceful valley beyond the mountains? It was always in ruination where success was buried. Did I not move along with the shadow sitting on my shoulder, knowing it was towards ruin? Perhaps I thought it might have been different this time. That Garnet shadow would never become this dark. Is that the family you mentioned? Cries are bubbling up in the laboratory. Abysses were crawling along the floor that could only be found in the outskirts and ruins. It would be better to give up mentioning them any further. And in the center of it all, there was a red jewel shining alone. Where have I seen this color before? The color that covers the sky when the sun sets over the mountains in the west. No, the color of a bruise on a shredded chest. No, it's the color of a fruit that ripened and ripened until it burst open. There lay Garnet. I knew it without gazing at it, without peering into it. That Garnet was in that gemstone of a color exceedingly similar to that of my name. I wonder if the unfathomable gravity pressing down on you was too much for you to handle. The faces of the children waiting for their presence at the orphanage suddenly came to mind. At some point, my flow stagnated. There was definitely a slow flow caught in my gaze. If I had let that flow carry me along, I am sure I could have turned the city itself upside down. But I deliberately ignored that flow. Instead, I tried to accompany the dim flow that hung onto my shoulders and back, because that flow was my flow, and I would have been able to control it. And because that slow but brightly colored flow and I were so different in nature, perhaps when I led that shadow towards the bright, it'd be filled with light. That's what I thought. However, shadows are only black, and they can never shine white by any means. After all, shadows are only created by blocking out the light. Thus, this time too, I arrived at a ruin, a corner of hell. That if I went any further in the direction of this flow, I would never be able to return. I should stop. This is not a job of saving the children for Garnet's sake. I can't choose a flow any longer. I can only see myself getting swept away in them. Because of this life I've grown so accustomed to. Because I cannot ever break. I just can't. I can only watch the wailing reflected in front of me. Amidst the wailing, I sometimes see it crumbling. My family's struggle. Sheesh. Alright, chapter 17. We're in the end game now, lads. Hang on a second. I'm gonna shift from standing mode to sitting mode because my feet are starting to hurt. Hang on. Give me just a moment here. I know, Spanish. I know. Yes, I am. Move it right along. Oh, what was that? Oh, whatever. Go that layer. Oh, but duct tape filled to keep up that wire. Oh, well. Deal with that later. Anyway, get readjusted here. Anyway. Alrighty. There was a cry rising from within. The beginning of every human being is also a cry. Just as in the old tale that speaks of man's expulsion from paradise for committing the sin of coveting the forbidden fruit. Mankind once again weeps as we are burdened with life. For the sin of bearing sin is too great. I gaze at the red jewel, or perhaps it's a red egg standing before me. I thought of calling his name, but I immediately gave up. Because I found my gladius lying on the floor. Garnet never handled anything recklessly. Maybe due to his years in the orphanage, where the concept of ownership was vague. Perhaps he realized early how to survive in the city. He even kept the wrapping paper from the gifts I gave him. That's why. I know the painful reason behind the gladius being laying on the ground. I lift the gladius. The crawling whalers approach me. Among them, an unsightly, flower-like thing ran towards me before the others. Gubo had taken out his karambit even before that thing reached me. Without thinking of the consequences, he thrust it right at me. I extend my hand to stop him.
Don't forget your original purpose.
Why? Gubo shrugs his shoulders after looking doubtful for a second as he heads for the corner where the one called Astia was. Spat, no. No chewing the wires. No, naughty. That thing comes near me in a panicked manner. It opened the gaping hole that seemed to function as its mouth. It appeared, appearing unable to resist, tasting anything it could fit in there. Perhaps it would continue roaming about the past, present, and future. I can hear the clicking sound of teeth, which are clustered in a thin layer. Surrounding the teeth is a bundle of threads clumped together like dandelion flower seeds. But they are not pure white, but gray that has forgotten sunlight. Perhaps these flower seeds will never soar through the wind. They are too heavy to fly away like cotton wool. However, if I cut open with the gladius, they would easily disperse. But what use would I have for a decapitated head? Heightened thermogeneration. Heat increased to the utmost limits. When the temperature had reached a point where smoke could be seen, I inserted the scorching iron blade into its mouth. As if waiting for it, countless fangs rushed toward my hand. Yeah, I mean, A for effort, Gubo, but also, no. You're not that guy, bro. Trust me. You're not that guy. You're not that guy, bro. However, not even the very tip of a single tooth reached me. A strange moaning sounded simultaneously to the searing of the heat, and a terrible burning smell spread. The red-hot gladius appeared to have sealed the mouth of this greedy one. Yet the eyes of this thing still looked directly at me. And its mouth, which refused to close, constantly prodded me. This thing doesn't know how to give up. It has no patience. It's filled only with the desire to chew and swallow. As I pull out my gladius, a bloody sensation fills my head. My vision is disturbed by the cries and memories of the past crushed between the cracks. When one lusts insatiably after riches, nothing will ever suffice. Denver was the first of us to realize the fact. After many nights of extreme hunger to the point of fainting, Denver had become a voracious whirlwind. Driven only by desire, she leapt forward, unconcerned if it caused all the roads she had traversed to crumble. Such feelings of self-pity had pushed her to the garbage dump, along with the chicken bone fragments that had once been her meals. And I'm not so different. No, perhaps I was even more miserable. For the sake of the children in the orphanage, to protect the office, to endure on my own, I repeated numerous excuses as my reasons and turning points. But I, and her too, simply wanted to catch something and eat it whole to make us feel alive. We were all hungry. We were too busy forcefully trying to satisfy our desires, sinking our teeth into somebody else's flesh, consuming without being able to digest it properly. I am no different than I was then. I peeled off a piece of flesh entangled in the gladius. The red gaze. You don't seem to know, do you? I look toward the voice and I see Jumsoon gasping, barely able to stand. Wounds could be seen all over his body. Was he pressured into a struggle during his fight with Garnet, or did the crawling whaler stubbornly cling to him? Oh, buddy, you have no idea. This thing's true identity. Shall I tell you what it is? I silently approached Jumsoon. It was all too obvious that he was anticipating me. His eyes watched to see if I would fall to my knees in anguish in the face of despair. I need some water. My throat's starting to hurt doing all this reading. However, another whaler tried to close the gap. I twist the handle and make the blade burn hot red. It has several feet attached to it. Bare feet. They're completely swollen as if it had wandered from place to place. On its feet, an unusual piece of cloth clings to them. It's a fabric with a jumble of blue and black patterns. I had seen that before. It belonged to a certain child from the orphanage. With displeasure, I am reminded of that day. There was one day that children always waited for with bated breath. On that day, they were lavished with gifts and blessings simply because they were children. On the day before, the children were unable to sleep properly. I always wondered if the weight of that anticipation was tackled onto me. The weight of the massive packages I held with both hands never felt particularly bad. Garnet later told me that the reason the kids waited so impatiently was not to receive their presents, but to see me become particularly generous with my laughter on that one day. When I realized that why their faces would become so bright as they looked into my eyes, to the point of forgetting to put on their shoes, I couldn't help but truly smile. And still, I wondered if this was the place where those feet, determined to reach the end of the line, finally stopped. The feet ran into my body with all of their strength, unconcerned if flesh would be slashed here and there due to the impact or if the trunk would become inflamed. Its sole perfect eye stared at me. It doesn't resemble the look of that day. Except it does. But I don't want to say it does. I must not be tainted by this new flow. I avoid its gaze and slit its many ankles. The blood loss stopped by the cauterization. It doesn't lead to its death. It slumps down and cowers, yet it never stops crawling, so it can reach me. Its cries echoes through the room, and the lumps of flesh writhe senselessly. A warm, raw feeling travels down to my fingertips. This time, too, the cries push me far, far into the past. On my first visit to the orphanage, I still was hesitant. And then, one of the children suddenly came up to me and grabbed my hand. "Wow, mister, your hand is so rough." The tiny palm touched the back of my hand without any hesitation. Although it was covered with blisters, the soft warmth that showered my hand was exceedingly warm. That was when I recognized how much I missed that warmth. I wanted to huddle together and dwell on that warmth all the time, even if I knew there was nothing more than deception and hypocrisy. Why? I didn't need to open my mouth to reply, for Jumsoon already seemed to know the answer. Jumsoon backed away as if he didn't anticipate it. Why, you already knew the truth. Did he want to ask me how I could stay so calm? I was under no obligation to answer. So I kept my mind silent. This is rather nice, isn't it? The red gaze. Because of that unexpectedness, you're so fun! Jumsoon continues to yell. Asia, gather all rift generators around me! You must concentrate them all on me! He shouted at Asia, his face contorted in a strange, eerie way. Will you be able to stand it? If I can't bear it, would that even matter? Increase the refraction index to the same level as before. No! Turn it to the maximum! Jumsoon yelled loudly, perhaps in a hurry, or maybe it was a cry of ecstasy. Next to Asia, Guba was already looking at Jumsoon with an intrigued face. It wasn't the kind of expression one would expect when faced with an enemy. They all looked the same. I took a step forward, feeling a strange discomfort. At that moment, I felt something shimmering and looked around the area to see all reflectors attached to the top of the experimental tubes facing toward Jumsoon. I couldn't see it, but I felt like something was shining intensely down on me. In that strange light, Jumsoon looked like he was ushering in pure joy and happiness. This expression did not change even as a thick, taut shell emerging from who knows where enveloped him. As I was bewildered, carelessly unable to move, another crying voice initiated its approach. The water in its transparent torso was making a sloshing sound. It seemed that the only course it could take was to sink into the mire, having given up on flowing. However, it seems to have difficulty controlling its sinking, spitting out the water in its lungs. I burned its mouth shut. Now it can't spit out anything anymore. A damp sensation coils around my body. Memories of bygone days, similar to before, come flooding in, undulating like waves. I spent a lot of time alone. Being a fixer is akin to building a wall brick by brick. All the while trying to rise above it all on your own. In the end, when the day comes when you'll have no option but to become a pawn in somebody else's schemes, there'll be no one willing to take your back. That's why you have to build the walls all by yourself. For that reason, I had to close my mouth, eyes, and ears. I saw no need to cast a personal gaze on a world where ill fates are overlooked. I didn't want to put my heart into something that could crumble at any moment. And so I sank. Perhaps the only thing that stopped me from drowning was Lapis's sudden visit to the orphanage. When my mind regains its senses, Jumsoon's egg-like form began to wriggle and change into something else. The indigo eggshell twisted and swelled here and there, gradually taking on a human shape. I don't know why that sentence was hard to read. The shell grew hard, shiny white scales covered by numerous dots of the same color as the eggshell. Then, a slimy black tail sprouted out of its lower back, completing the guise. A speckled foot crushed the thing in front of me. Pouring out together with the wire was a hairband outfitted with a cherry ornament. Suddenly, I feel something cold around my face and neck. Wire droplets come forth, falling to the floor. They weren't intense like the ones that dangled around Garnet's eyes. There was no sobbing, only a constant stream of light rain. The husk that had encased Jumsoon is hanging onto the machinery, an indigo blue shell. Jumsoon had broken out from within and now began to step forward step by step. I'm assuming they have distorted. Well, ain't that a shame? We got a distorted Maestro of the Ring. Where's the, what's the containment protocol on that one? Oh boy, well, we're gonna find out. The body was speckled with countless dots. In the eyes that glazed over, in the tongue that flicked around arrogantly, even his internal organs were covered with them. How do you know that? Oh, whatever. I probably don't want to know how you know that, quite honestly. I don't think I've ever seen anything so strange. What happened? Do I have a... Let's see here. Do I have any good... What's this one? No. Let's see if I have a good filter for this one, like for distortion. I don't know. No. I don't like that one. Let me see here. Hang on. Probably don't, but worth looking at. Oh, no. No, I don't have one. Oh, I have to live with it. Ain't no... We're going filterless today, boys. A simple question clashes with an incomprehensible answer. Jumsoon walks. Beneath his steps, a black puddle forms in the shape of a dot. It wasn't like the spreading of ink, nor the adhesion of paint, but as if the dot was engraved onto the floor. Yeah! As soon as one of the crying voices grazed one of the dots, it instantaneously burst open. Does the body explode when it touches the dots? It was only for a moment, but I believe I saw its body become covered by dots akin to someone with nettle rash. Either way, you'd probably be unable to finish a single word of warning if you touched them. Furthermore, I claim that only I can expand the universe in pursuit of beauty. Jumsoon's arm drew near me in the blink of an eye. Still, I reflexively thrust out the gladius in an attempt to lop it off. Surely for Jumsoon, the struggle against me was his very first. However, he was already used to it. He seemed to become acquainted with my method of attack quickly. Even if he understood beforehand, he moved as if he saw my attacks firsthand. It has been a few minutes filled with several skirmishes. I realized that this sensation was not a coincidence. I chose to switch from slashing to piercing during our engagement. As I focused on aiming at his vital points, I supplemented my attacks with use of Shin. However, Jumsoon, once he grasped the essence of my piercing attacks, and immediately countered them. 34 times. That was the number of times I died when you pierced me here in the artery. Jumsoon said as he pointed to his chest. There was a big dot in the center. That was one of the areas I was focusing on. It was the most essential vital point, which leads to death in seconds. 46 times. That was the number I died when you pierced me here. This lad is also in Mirror Worlds now. And Jumsoon pointed to his neck. And as soon as I tried to maintain the distance between us, you would throw your sword with a ring of light right here. Jumsoon pointed to a spot near his thigh. He listed every vital point in the order I preferred to aim at them. If my attack against the heart is blocked, I will go for the external carotid artery that passes through the throat. And if that isn't possible, then I will follow with a slash at the large posterior tibial artery in the thigh. And if all of these attacks are prevented, I have no choice but to continue close quarters combat. I wait for an opportunity to hit the wrist radial artery. Of course, I'm sure this is the first time I fought against this person, yet his actions and words... Do you see? All these moments are displayed throughout my body. The hues of several worlds have filled me with... experience. Jumsoon spoke in a composed voice as he swung his leg. The unexpected trajectory allowed for his leg to lightly scratch my left arm. Then the dots of Jumsoon body began to spread throughout my body. I hadn't expected an explosion, but... You there, in my field of vision. Lapis was here. My back was bleeding before I knew it. There was a thin knife stuck in it that Lapis must have stabbed me with just now. That kid had always appeared unnoticed when I would deliver the presents with a merry smile and candy in her mouth. At those times, she would always write something ridiculous on a piece of paper and stick it in my back. Now that had become a sharp weapon. Why did you do that? Lapis' question pierced through me. Like, this is 100% Karen. I'm confused right now. Lapis' question pierced through me, deeper than that blade. The question was vague, but I understood its intent. I was the one who killed those children's parents and sent them to the orphanage. I sensed Lapis' surprise attack. There was no way I couldn't. I could have avoided it or fought against her. I chose to ignore the tingling pain of the thin blade that had stabbed me. But I couldn't ignore that. You gave everyone presents, sent money every month. Did you get any consolation from that? No. No consolation was to be found. Maybe I was wishing for this day. Instead of staring at the gift in my hands, looking back at your expectant eyes for the moment and realizing that you had a piece of paper in my back, I wanted you to stab me in that very same spot with all the force you could muster. As I pointed at the corpses of your parents with the same blade that took their lives. I always wondered, I wondered if the only way to heal that wound would be not by whistling and rolling candy around your mouth as you've always done, but with the edge of a thin, pale blade. Mister... Before I knew it, I was in my office. It had become a hellscape. As if I was attempting to show that a fierce battle had taken place here. And a single desk or drawer was where they were meant to be. Lanyan was lying in a strange position. His body was covered with dozens of wounds as if he had been slashed to pieces. Garnet lay beside him as well. This was the consequence of my judgment. We should have stayed together no matter what. I could hear Garnet saying, I want to be part of your strategy. Mr. Yen protected me. I examined the depth of the wounds Garnet had sustained. They were a proficient and professional skill. It was a chopping wound appropriate for leaving someone near death. Their intention was an instant death, but probably a message to me. Considering their ability, this was a warning. I watched as Garnet shortly breathed his last. It reminded me of someone who was begging for their life. I was unable to do anything then. The present me can. I no longer know what to do. Everything had become a lump of guilt. Nevertheless, those weren't the only sins I bore. Every step I took, every gesture I made, and every look I gave brought misfortune to someone else. But I'm not so superficial that I could die from this forged guilt. I threw a strong punch at his cheek, causing a dark-colored dot on my hand to spread widely suddenly before stopping. And I see, Garnet did come here with me. Surely enough, there was a false image created by the dots, but it was so vivid, as if I had actually experienced it. What about this? Drowning in... What about this? Drowning... Or is it... Who the hell is talking right now? Is this Garnet? What about this? Drowning in the universe linked by dots. You finally want to die, don't you? He went through various worlds like this to fight me. Large and small dots tinged with an indigo color. When I looked into these, they seemed to be those faraway worlds themselves. Those dots covering Jumsoon might have served this purpose as well. Ew. That's it! All those very dots, coming together as ecstasy! He wanted to say something more, but no words came out. The vision projected in front of his eyes, those worlds, one after another, had changed. Toward a world of infinite possibilities. Someday. Somewhere. And then... there. Somewhere, a voice began to speak to me as if in a trance. An awfully warm voice. A voice that made me want to become completely buried in it for all time. It spoke to me. Oh god, I'm assuming this is Carmen. It's ego time! It's nice to talk to you again. Oh boy. We got Carmen on the phone. Do not speak to the lady on the phone. Alright, let's see how this goes. Well, we already know how this goes because we know he gets ego. Silence. I haven't felt such utter stillness in quite a long time. In its midst, the voice of the one who proclaims itself master of this space is clearly heard. It shimmers slightly, as though it shimmers as if smothered in light. Who are you? Only after I forced those words out did I realize that was a pointless question. There's no one left in the city who calls me Ver anymore. I suddenly remembered that when I last heard such a moniker, my eyes were not as they are now. I wonder, then... I wonder, then, if the world as my eyes captured it back then was greener than it is now. Who I am isn't very important, Ver. Let's just have a little talk. All that spreads before my eyes is a warm, comforting light. It's as if all the light and color that was boundlessly scattered through the city came to life, evoking the imprudent illusion. And the imprudent illusion that all fault was being washed away just by being there. Then a visage invariably came to mind. One of salvation. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. One of salvation, yet which I vividly felt shouldn't be embraced carelessly. You got that right. As such, we are each other's guest. Just as I have something to ask you, you have something to ask me. While I was on the city's surface, I held numerous unanswered questions. Questions no one could answer or simply wouldn't acknowledge. Therefore, I decided to reply to this voice. Okay. Once again, I lose track of who's talking sometimes. Your heart looks to be aching. The children you couldn't save are swirling around in your head, aren't they? Replying was unnecessary, it seemed. They were quite the innocent children. There was no sentimentality in that voice, neither pity nor regret. Perhaps this being knows what happened to transform those children. The children that underwent the experiment. It's too late. The way back is gone. That clear ignorance of the world made the children rather burdensome. The merry voice mercilessly strikes down my question. To tell the truth, I have a vague estimate of that fact. That's not to say I didn't hope to be wrong. I think I heard your heart break. My heart made no sound. However, only after the voice said so did I notice I was quietly cracking apart. But to have become like this... The children did deserve this. Then the warm yet unfeeling voice clasped me as if in a hug. But, you know, Ver, everything that happened so far isn't your fault. Fleeting syllables rang out akin to the singing of a song, sounding like a consolation whose sole intent was to absolve me of sin. If I were to listen a little longer, I felt I would surrender myself to this pleasant voice despite my will. No, that isn't something someone can freely measure. As his words revealed themselves one by one, they were always tightly intertwined. By the time I came to my senses, I was grasping a great lump of guilt in my hands, nothing discernible within. So I held a part of the city in me as well. There, consider this. The orphanage's children have turned into something that is no longer themselves. And even the young fixer who wished to help you has entered into a cocoon. The situation may look grave, but compared to everything you've done, it's really just a minor incident. Yet, why does it hurt you more than anything? The voice saw through my facade. It viewed the life I was living, never properly opening up to anyone. It observed all the roads I followed, even from the times when my pupils held no blood. I began to recall all those paths. The people wailing, begging for salvation. Some buried even being unable to scream. All those lives whose blood was shed. However, as a matter of fact, there existed a warm expanse of light, the complete opposite of everything that came before. It surely was the light I created for myself, where they waited for me, where the voices of delight and excitement were heard instead of wailing and yelling. I see. The orphanage was your hope. The voice found its answer. You have always considered the city to be wounded. Excuse me. But the stains on your hands won't be washed away. And you'll continue to be the one to keep the blood flowing through the city from drying out. Yes, the foul-smelling wounds of the city run deep, for they've been festering a long while. I knew how to cure this city, but the road to achieving that goal was so cruel that we would have to spill more blood than was already spilled. You, awkward and kind as you are, have already buried that road deep within your heart. But there exists a method to make this road much gentler. So, you found it. Without having to dirty my hands yet. Children who may be able to change the city in your place. The orphanage was my very own limbo, my place of redemption, despite never having informed them of my sins. By stirring up virtuous attitude within me to the same heights, my frozen heart melted like snow. Sprinkling water and fertilizer in your spare time. Making sure the sunlight properly comes in and there are no insects to bite them. The voice spoke as if it were doing so itself. You looked after them. You, who had lived your whole life following only strong flows, had your eyes only on the potential of what was a feeble flow at best. Yes,
as you say. I wanted to plant seeds, even if feeble, had potential.
They were hidden in the remote corner where nary a ray of sunlight reached. However, just because something is unseen does not mean it's incomplete. Thus, I looked after them, like growing a tree.
I wanted them to live on my behalf. If I could get them to live with the heart I couldn't have, I was sure that even the faintest flow would grow into the sturdiest.
However, did I really think the orphanage could change the city? No, Ver. You knew it couldn't. The children were just pieces of paper to wipe the blood from your hands. Indulgences you yourself printed. But now, they have all been ripped away. Its tone changed to what I believe was meant to be sympathetic, but simultaneously became foreboding as well. Because of that, your countless sins flooded in, and so, your heart was bound to crack. However, thanks to that, we were able to meet and talk like this. Since when did I begin to experience that feeling called guilt? Since when did I lose the place where I could lay my head down? No longer do I have the strength to move. Only now do I realize that this life of playing house may have been my final struggle to protect my soul. To stop the guilt from consuming me. Because I know that the place I'm bound for will be too much for me. But let me tell you something, Ver. This is the place where you can speak your mind freely. So, can you let me hear it all? My heart has cracked, and from that little crack, the voice saw everything. Even the blade that was hidden inside me for so long yet never stopped sharpening. That blade was buried deep in my heart. That blade buried deep in my heart was revealed for the first time through the crack, both to me and the voice. We both knew what it was. What you really wanted. It wasn't just playing house at the orphanage. All you want is... You did everything for... Indeed, I... all over again. The shell of the city is quite sturdy. No matter how much blood is shed to push through it, it won't be enough to reach the city's wounds. In the most secluded of places, I, who tried to pierce into the wounded core of the city, should know this fact best. Such was your ambition. But, as you continue to atone for nothing in your visits to the orphanage, it was gradually buried, to the point that not even a trace of it remains. No, even if it had become buried, it never lost its luster. That poignant wish could still cut down all at a moment's notice. However, whenever such thoughts surface, I merely suppress them back to the recesses of my mind. But burying it is just as painful. That wish is too sharp. It leaves injuries that deny your heart the time to heal. The voice recited agony as if it had been hurt itself. It must have been so difficult, lonesome, suffocating to have such a lofty dream. But you don't have to hide it anymore. Because everyone can create by themselves a world they consider right.
A world for myself. What are you talking about?
A world only for your eyes to see. Exactly that. I'm helping everyone paint their own colors on the city.
Everybody's own world, huh? However, each person's color is different. They could never be nicely painted together.
If such a method existed, I would have done it before anyone else. Indeed. As you said, the colors blend together in the light. Therefore, one must devote all of themselves to painting and protecting one's color, even if a laborious ordeal comes their way. Nevertheless, they must readily fight and overcome it to secure their place, even if they must fight the entire world. I wanted to break the shell of the city, fight and stand up to everything that interfered with my path, tear it all down, and eventually create a new world.
What do you mean by ordeal?
If there is such a way, if it's just, then I'd like to follow it. For instance, what that child is undergoing, or what those children experienced in this laboratory before their alteration. When you become aware of this unbearable world, you'll burrow into an egg inside of your egg to separate and establish your... I recalled Garnet, who had become a red jewel.
What happens when you enter that egg?
Well, you can break out of the egg, or you could be seized by sin and be eaten to nothing but residues. The voice innocently spoke. No one can know the outcome. You'll have to set from within the egg and emerge from it. If you're unable to endure that process, what will burst out will be your sin-eaten remnants.
Is that different from distorting?
Jumsoon is certainly a distortion, as the world calls it. But the children of the laboratory have only become a reflection of their sins. A reflection of sin. The cries of the things that crawled along the floor ring inside my head. However, isn't that strange? Since when did... no. And once again, I'm losing track of who's talking.
However, isn't that strange? Since when did it become like that? I thought distorting referred to the phenomenon of people revealing their colors by transforming into a reflection of their ego.
The distortion phenomenon emerged after the light spreads through the city. They are aberrant beings that made the city bleed, wounding even those who gather blood. The voice began to speak in an abnormally positive manner. You think so too? But aren't they twisted, broken, perverse figures?
It's certainly not a normal form to take.
Normal to them. They are normal, while the world is the abnormal one. But more importantly, they have come to cherish themselves and see the world through their own eyes. The voice spoke in a dreamlike melody. However, it was dreamlike to such an extent that even their words seemed like a dream. It is to become a self unbound by the eyes and standards of the city. However, the resulting form changes depending on the way it is revealed. Thanks to my junior, who has a different idea than me joining the light. Ah, Ian, huh? Uh-huh. I see. I always felt that Ian had a role in the light still. Nice to see that, nice to see it finally being mentioned in some way. The word junior being insignificantly introduced and disregarded bothered me. It was spoken with a light and calm tone, but I feel as if it was involved in every cause and effect.
How do you know all this?
Unwelcome premonitions begin to gather as one.
Are you the person responsible for this phenomenon?
Correct. But I'm also a friend that wishes to help make your color bloom.
It must be really important for you to make colors bloom in people.
There. Do you know where you're heading now? I couldn't reply. It's been a long time since I turned my eyes away from my destination, vacantly standing still. It's been a long time since I hid my gaze.
I've been curious about that for a long while. Where is everyone going? It's clear that they're repeatedly trying to go somewhere, at least. But what kind of place could cause the emergence of such ambition again and again?
As long as the time flows, people try to go anywhere they want to. It's a matter of course. These are only my thoughts, but I think people are seeking love. Love? The word I'm unaccustomed to bothered me. Love is thought to be the emotion of valuing each other above all else. But I think every act done with the thought of loving one another is nothing but a part of the process of loving oneself.
Are you trying to spark a debate regarding that?
No. You just have to listen, the voice said, as if lightly tossing the words, then continued its monologue. Because, in the end, the only person who can completely see and understand who they are is themselves. They cannot truly comprehend or love a person who isn't themselves. As such, loving oneself is the only true final destination.
If what you say is true, are you saying we shouldn't look at anything other than ourselves?
You asked the same question as my junior. We must struggle, but as human beings, we should use reason, not emotion. The voice adjusted itself. So, he said, we have to fight in the most human way possible, through clothing and tools, while the human form in high regard. But that only pollutes the results. You don't need moderation when revealing yourself. After all, if you go through something without properly reaching its conclusion and keep going in such a roundabout way, your wish will become diluted and be forgotten all over again.
Like with the present-day people of the city.
Exactly. Moreover, if the tools made from the heart are broken, wouldn't my heart break in turn? That is to say, we should express our love solely with our own bodies. Your whole body and your heart collide with one another, and you come to love yourself.
So I should disregard everything that isn't me.
That's right.
Have you always been this way? Driving those trying to reawaken down to another path?
I simply ask questions others have never given thought to. And usually, we understand each other. I support and lend them strength, so they can continue on their new path. A friendly yet ruthless pressure. Don't look at anything but yourself and be buried in self-love.
Yeah, oh boy. Virgilius, no.
As it says it will give me the power to do so. The back of my neck grew warm. Has anyone ever presented such a pleasant solution up to now? In this city, where individuals are insignificant, I'm allowed to look at only me and ignore everything else? It was so radiant that I wanted to close my eyes, even in their present state. However,
as you say, I'm sure I'd be satisfied if I accepted. I'd feel fulfilled and content. It'd be a satisfaction that I've never experienced before.
But
it'd be nothing more than a momentary pleasure. It would be a thirst that couldn't ever be satisfied.
I'm just saying, I'm spacing out here. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Even if you tried to paint the world to the brim, like that distortion filled with dots, for immediate gratification, you'd never be able to paint it all with such a method.
It would be a thirst that couldn't ever be satisfied.
Then, wouldn't distorting only prevent you from looking
an inch ahead of yourself?
It could be. Still, that interpretation is your idea in color, is it not? As for me, I have my own color, and others have their own color as well. I simply inform them of one more path.
Oh God. It's so hard to keep track of who's talking at particular lines. That was actually Carmen talking.
How cowardly.
There. Doesn't imposing the standards of right or wrong and judging me make you the same as one of the many city dwellers you thought wounded?
No, my eyes have been opened.
Obviously, there was something to be gained from the conversation with the voice. The blade that was once hidden in my heart was revealed, and I rediscovered where it was pointing and what I needed to confront. But that path can only be followed when all beauty and ugliness of the world is held in my gaze, even if it weighs down my surroundings.
There's no point in continuing this conversation.
Was my proposal not to your liking? The voice seemed disappointed.
You appear to be the cause behind all distortions. I have no real way of knowing who you are. However, what do you hope to achieve with all this whispering and background manipulation?
As I told you, I believe everyone should fight the world in order to paint their own colors. And I'm a person too. Shouldn't I my the
Why is everything redacted?
excuse me. If someone is unable to be who they truly are, even after I lend them the power to do so, to paint the world with colors. When I heard its answer, I closed my eyes.
So, once all is said and done, in the flow of and in all will be.
Ah, an unprovoked smile emerged on my lips. I was laughing. A world where you, as if a starving beast, must struggle against everything in your endless thirst to build your own world. Even if I went down the path the voice told me, it would surely be pleasurable, but it wouldn't get me to where I want to go. Thus, I have only one way to go. To tread with all the pain and thirst I have experienced up until now. I will suffer through again in the future, because only I can do it.
It seems we're going to take opposite paths.
Yes, then go your own way. It, too, must be the color of the person you are. And so, I wear the crown of thorns upon my head, so that I may shoulder everything until my future victory. Faded laurel leaves sprout to cover all the thorns on my head, and tears of blood flow from my eyes, so that I may see all the sins I'll have to bear from now on. And the thorny path I shall travel is a curtain of blood containing my karma, a crimson cloth that covers my whole being. I'm dragged down into the pit. Within are many cries, everybody's agony, making it difficult to look ahead. But the pit is profound and dark, making it difficult to look ahead, but I will take a hold of it and triumph, as I engrave everything into these eyes. Hence, I will present to the world the longed-for paradise I promised an old friend. I will fall all into a hell of my karma and rest there alone.
Oh yeah, that image goes hard.
Hell yeah, we got ego, boys, let's go! Always remember, always make sure that you disregard the woman on the phone when she calls you up. In this context, we all know which one I'm talking about. Bloody Carmen again. Alright. Number one down, 2 more to go. We're almost there, lads. Oh, damn it. Hang on, I've just accidentally closed. I'll have to reload that layer for the last chapter, but it's fine. Book 19, Gaze. The cloak of blood I wrapped around myself began to settle. My wandering is over. The way forward is clear, and all that remains is to tread it. I shall spill blood and, at times, drink it. Gross. But I will never stop this movement. However, before I can do so, I must cut down the distorted mass before me. The first of the blood that I must truly spill. And at the same time, lop off the neck of my cowardice, which I've been turning a blind eye to for all this time. You know, Ver, I'll tell you one thing before we part. I might know a way to get you closer to achieving your dream. I recalled the voice again. If one were to think rationally, there is no basis for believing everything the voice said. However, I feel confident that the being would not lie. It's something different from reason or logic. That was what my soul felt. It's strange assuming there is even such a thing as a soul. If the flow of my soul points to is right, if the method if the method the voice speaks of exists, then I can say the time I've long waited for has finally arrived. If fate truly does exist, and if everything is predetermined to follow it, then surely this moment has been waiting for me. and I, too, must have been waiting for this moment to come. When my thoughts reached this point, I felt a slightly nauseating bliss. The idea that there may be something in this world that can grant my wishes like magic. That previously non-existent notion enveloped my heart. Fate has never been pleasant to me, thus I never believed in it. However, I killed many things while suppressing my heart. It appears that I felt relief from the story that everything I had done that stained my hands with blood was due to my fate. It's as if my wish, brought true by fate, guided me here. All the misfortunes I faced up until now formed the foundations of this very moment. This can't be. I never recorded this event within my thoughts. But the story Jumsoon mumbled his apparent disbelief under his breath.
Yes, you might have drawn a great many worlds, but it was only enough to fill a canvas. And no matter what, humans cannot contain infinity in canvas. As such, there had to be a limit to your thoughts.
No. You died by my hand for the umpteenth time. After killing you again, I was sure I'd wake up, and yet...
It was just a repeat. Besides, there is no such thing as absolutes. That's why I can advance into the future.
What are we doing, Spat? What are we doing? Hi. Hi. Yeah, Papa's still doing it. I hope that absoluteness did not exist. But there was hope. But that is why hope can be cruel as well. Oh, it's dark. Okay, I'm sorry, Spat. Here, I'll turn on the lights. I didn't realize, I didn't realize how late it was getting. There we go. See? There's the world. See? Here we do it. Where was I? That's why hope can be cruel as well. Because as long as something is possible, expectations will arise. Because we don't know. Because they might not be empty. Suddenly, a doubt rose. The voice was curious about what kind of world I wanted to create. If distorting is, by nature, a phenomenon brought about by that voice, I must have talked with Jumsoon and asked that same question. It would have whispered sweet words filled with serenity and gentleness, telling him only to look at himself, and that would lend him strength.
What is it that you hope to achieve?
Naturally, I want to fill the world with thoughts.
I see.
And you? What world are you trying to reach? Jumsoon's pupils, covered with dots, glimmered. His countless pupils expanded to the fullest, as if wanting to see the world I desired.
It's hard to put into words.
Jumsoon, the world I want.
It's a world that can only be understood once you feel it with your whole body.
Jumsoon's mouth widened into a huge line. What a grotesque smile. Simultaneously, he began to rush me down with his dark blue fists. I didn't avoid the punches Jumsoon threw, but instead received them with my whole body. Every time I touched a spot tinged with a dot, I forced to face and sink into despair. After being dragged down deep into this quagmire, I once again see all possible despair I could have encountered. However, now that I have forged my resolve, all that despair that unfolded before me began to reflect a tenacious hope. As such, I can cut them down without hesitation. All that obstructs me whenever I'm thrown into this world of dots. Within are Lapis, Garnet, Rikako, Lanyen, Denver, Simnasul, the children of the orphanage, and many other faces I miss but cannot meet anymore. Once everything I cut down shed its blood, the dot that had become nothing more than my quagmire was dyed red, akin to a puddle of blood. I rose, holding that redness. How? How can you stand upright amidst these dots? Jumsoon goggles at his numerous pupils, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Although the painting, abundantly stamped with dots, may look full from a distance, blank spaces are just as abundant when looking closely. Similarly, the mind cannot be fully filled with dots.
Your dots may brush against me, but they cannot stain me.
As soon as I finished speaking, Jumsoon gathered all of his strength and struck the ground. Dots permeated the floor in a uniform pattern as if a burst of indigo paint, before rushing towards me at a furious speed. However, the fast-moving dots never connected. As such, they could never even form lines. They might have been because surfaces don't exist in the world he is trying to create. The blank space in between the dots is an infinity left empty. Spat! You are being a menace? You are menacing? Stop. What are you doing? Sheesh. Each dot meets to form a line, and the line flows to create a surface. And once that space is filled, I'll be able to envision my desire. As if by instinct, I coiled the blood surface around itself like a flag, creating a long, flowing line akin to a spear. A red spear, made by neatly weaving dots one after another. I throw this line to Jumsoon's chest with boundless indifference. In order to catch the spear, Jumsoon swung his fist, unfolding a curtain made of countless dots. But there were too many leaking holes in that incomplete chain. The red line I created, both a surface and a red dot, when seen from the front, penetrated through the curtain made of several blue dots, thus piercing Jumsoon's right arm and shoulder. Boom! That's okay, you're used to losing arms at this point, buddy.
It reached completion with only a single dot. The moment the dots become aligned, that beauty that enchanted you faded away, did it not?
Humans have no choice but to walk along the lines and live atop surfaces. For the ones who advance, a dot is merely fleeting. Dots are just moments. Perhaps as time passed, and the many moments of despair that came my way accumulated one by one, the instants that were made of dots formed a line, opening a path of possibility. Jumsoon, in his obsession with that moment, was fascinated by the stimulation with an instant could cause. What? Jumsoon, in his obsession with the moment, was fascinated by the stimulation an instant could cause. Okay, I don't quite understand the sentence, but moving on. He couldn't break free from the moments that gave him ecstasy of soaring without limits, or the hopelessness of free falling without knowing when he'll hit the floor. Now that he knows the contradiction of the dot, he'll be dragged down towards the endless abyss, like the branches of a tree that had its roots dug up. According to the voice, distorting is a form of rebirth under a new appearance, by fully embracing their craving. The value they consider to be the answer becomes their raison d'etre. Sorry, I don't speak French. And their form changes to the shape they wish for. If the very desire that encompasses their foundation collapse, what would happen to the things that composed it? If it cannot exist, it would only be right for him to melt down. Jumsoon stayed silent, and all his movement came to a standstill. Is he entering his egg once again? However, the world isn't so kind and convenient as to give someone many chances. Like with people or the city. It may seem friendly on the outside, but is unspeakably cold inside. Jumsoon kept staring at me. God damn it. Pooped again. Clean up the poop, clean up the poop. Half my life is cleaning up bird poop. Jumsoon kept staring at me. No expression was discernible from the face where the gaze originated. Then a blue liquid began to burst out from Jumsoon's stomach. A machine arm, wielding a saw blade, divided Jumsoon's chest in half. Something stirred from within him. It wasn't a cocoon, an egg, or anything similar. A completely alien form that had no point of contact with a series of dots that was the life of Jumsoon. Oh! Hello there, Schadenfreude. How you doing, buddy? The thing, which had begun to vigorously cleave and stretch Jumsoon's flesh, made itself born by dragging its huge sides, too great to fit inside its body, outward. It appeared to be an iron strongbox with saw blades attached to it, but it also looked like a bizarre sculpture with several arms resembling bug legs emerging from it. What the hell are you doing here? At the center of it all, a gaze emanating from a single eye. Our eyes meet. Yeah, I'm not looking at it. It's peeking at me. The pupil in that closed-off space is stealthily and, at the same time, persistently peeping at me. Immediately, a pair of saw blades furiously spun and tried to cut me down with enough force to grind even the air. By reflex, I managed to block the saw blade with my sword. Perhaps it isn't correct to say I managed to block it. It was unmanageable, so heavy that it's hard to accurately represent in words. The saw blade spun and came face to face with mine, and blood began to splatter in all directions from the blood-twined red sword. If this situation persists, the sword itself will be cleaved apart. That, by itself, is an issue. I can always make a new sword from blood, but that would necessitate new blood to be shed to maintain the blade. I'd like to avoid that. As such, I wrap my body in a red cloak, becoming one giant drop of blood. I have no time, yeah, for real. When suddenly, Schadenfreude. Wasn't expecting a Schadenfreude appearance, but I'll take it. We all love a bit of Schadenfreude, am I right? Anyway. The saw grinds even this, causing countless blood spurts to clammily drench the floor like a fountain. The fallen blood soon pulls together, forming a puddle, and I become one with the blood, hiding my body within. Until all the blood on the floor dries up, I'll be able to reappear anytime I want. No, to be more accurate, I have a feeling I could do so. This earned me a little breathing room. Before the blood coagulates, I have to finish assessing the situation. The eye was still looking at me. It was something different from glaring. There was a viscous greed to it. It was craving, coveting me after me with its eye. While I was in the puddle, it changed its target and began tearing the things crawling in the lab to pieces. Even if they were only incapacitated, my efforts to save them had already been torn to shreds. Eventually, after slawing everything that moved before its eye, it turned its gaze straight to its next target. The three people standing behind one of the laboratory's shattered windows. Kubo, the researcher named Asya, and Nansul. Oh, Nansul is still alive, I was wondering. As if satisfied with his observation, Gudo nodded to Asya, who then opened the lab's back door. The corridor was visible through the slightly ajar door. Could Asya already maneuver through the corridor? If so, he could have escaped from here at any given moment. He must have had a good reason for not flying away, even though he knew how to open his cage. Leaving behind Nansul, who was shouting in confusion, the two entered the corridor and promptly closed the door. Now, Nansul is alone. Womp womp. The many-legged box dashed toward him, spinning a saw blade. Nansul will now understand the meaning of this situation. Tee-hee. Sucks to suck, nerd. A traitor's blade, adequate for gouging out those without murderous intent, but not fit for standing up to those who have. Nansul knows he will die without being able to put up a proper resistance, and he vaguely knows that I will try to save him from this situation. The saw-blade wielding box, together with a cacophonous metallic sound, closes in on Nansul until only one step remains. And that is when I emerge from my blood pile, exposing my form. Using my bloody sword, I swing my bloody sword, spraying blood droplets out onto the box. Once dispersed, the embedded drops soon condense into sharp blades to cut it apart. Although the blood embedded itself in the box, it remained uncut, as if denying the violence born of blood. The blood daggers stick to the iron box without being able to pierce it. But that was enough to direct the box's attention to me. Its body turns, and once our gazes meet, I asked Nansul who was behind this. I asked Nansul who was behind it.
What were your reasons for doing this?
His reasons don't matter at this point, but I want to hear them from Nansul's mouth. I wondered what he had to gain from turning his back on me in the office.
Boss, why did you do it?
Resignation was visible on Nansul's face. We both know that we only have a few moments before we attract the box's gaze, and the situation can reverse at any time. You can survive anything, you know, but I can't. Unlike the ring, you wouldn't seek revenge that doesn't benefit your plan in pursuit of a singularity. However, I don't have the self-confidence to let myself be hunted down by the ring for the rest of my life.
Was I the only one? I'm sure the others felt the same. So, you thought I would let you live? No, I didn't.
Saying so, Nansuo showed a weak smile, appearing to be a little exhausted.
But my family will. You'd kill me, a traitor, but would never touch my family. The ring wouldn't mind doing something like that. Still, at least it wasn't the middle.
I closed my eyes. Nansuo's words carried a heavy weight. I had wandered aimlessly along the road, relying on the orphanage. However, I couldn't protect even that, nor could I properly avenge the children. So now I can only wonder how uncertain and risky I must have seemed through my subordinate's eyes. Not only that, but to what extent was I able to protect someone I didn't know? In the end, who couldn't do anything right? Who couldn't do anything right, was the one who pushed Nansuo into that choice. I failed to consider Nansuo's position, and Nansuo also didn't try to comprehend mine. In this world, moments of disconnect like these will inevitably occur. We both knew each other, but despite our overconfidence in our five senses, we couldn't truly understand each other. If I were to die, then I'd hope to bring you down with me. But, after all, my wish for death was a desire beyond my reach too. I shut my eyes, and during the fleeting moment it took to recollect the thoughts and emotions raging inside my mind, the box already spun around and minced Nansuo's body. Damn! Later, nerd! Traitorous swine! That immediate slaughter occurred before I was able to do anything. That thing couldn't think, only hunger. I once again hid myself in the puddle of blood. Inside the dots, I abandoned such sentiments as sorrow and grief that I could candidly express to Nansuo. No matter whose death unfolds before me, I have resolved to walk down this path. I didn't obtain enough information for the short clash I had with it. However, I instinctively knew that this thing was a new existence, wholly estranged from the sequence of dots that was the life of a human being called Jumsoon. Something like a distortion, yet different. Or maybe, it's a very weak guess, but I have no time to leisurely solve that thing's origin. The air here is cold and dry, making spilled blood harden quickly. If all the blood dries up, I won't be able to reveal my body, and will be trapped on the floor as I am now. The gaze persistently followed me as I shifted my position within the blood. His pupil steadily chased me as if it knew for certain where I was inside the puddle. I don't have much blood left now in this familiar yet new weapon and armor. I feel like I'll be unable to use this ability anymore if I run out of blood, and if that were to happen, I'd die vomiting out all my blood. These tools can only be used again if I fill them with someone else's blood. Well, it's a good thing, somebody was just, ground up into human meat, so, I mean, you got that going for you. Thus, I have to finalize my judgment before the blood dries up. As that thing emerged from a distortion, it cannot have completely different nature from them. Therefore, its existence as being consumed by that, and that behaves according to its desire, has, in the end, remained unchanged. That from the beginning may have been yet another facet of the distortions. However, I have no solid information about any of this, only vague guesses. I have no other choice other than to amass what little information I have and grope my way forward. It should have been a strenuous task to locate my position within the blood in a general sense, but even inside the puddle, that thing maintains eye contact with me. Also, during the brief moment I closed my eyes, that box had moved from behind me to kill Nansuo. As such, what that eye longs for is another's gaze. Hee, he's figured it out, lads! Okay, 1 second, accidentally closed the table of contents and I gotta dig it up again. I know, Spat. Yeah, we got one more chapter to read. We're almost done, baby bird. The final chapter. Oh, cat on! There we go. Ha I'm gonna get this matter solved. I close my eyes. To look at someone is to capture them in your eye. It is to insert them into your awareness. Sorry, 1 second. I was just checking something. It is to insert them in your awareness through the window called the eye. The glass window of this window is so clear in appearance that it seems to allow no distortion, but in truth, it creates a biased sight, which is then taken to heart above everything else. That is to say, even though I look at it, I must not insert it into my gaze. If one wills it, one's wish will always lie in their gaze, but as wishes are always far away, we must maintain a distance in self. As such, Mang. I saw it. I decided I no longer cared about what it was, even if it killed what was once the children. Even if its original form was the man who made Garnet enter its cocoon, I would not put any emotion into my strike. I will remove it just as I would a block of stone, a hurdle placed along my path. I still had my eyes closed, so by my series of deductions, it should have stayed still because it would only have moved if I had looked at it. However, it didn't. It had moved somewhere else. Is there still something hiding in this place that can hold that thing in its eyes? There should be no surviving people here. However, there shouldn't be any gazes. I heard the disordered noise of saw blades and the sound of something solid, like a jewel shattering into tiny pieces. Yes, like the jewel Garnet was cocooned in. Clink. I heard the sound of what that voice had called an egg being broken apart. The sound of that huge crystal cracking and shattering were over in an instant. Only after that did it stop moving, and silence once again descended upon the laboratory. Garnet had been watching everything. In that opaque, solitary space, he watched the outside, always in a struggle to hatch. I slowly walked toward it, my eyes shut. I felt the shaking of the muscles of my closed eyes and sword-gripping hand. I took some steps, neither few nor many, until I felt I was standing right in front of it. If I were to attack with my blood-drenched weapon like that, I would be able to cut it as if it were only empty air was there. However, I adamantly wanted to see its struggling form in pain, so I chose to capture it in my gaze. I opened my eyes, and soon after, I saw its machinery activate and its open pupil from the gap in the box. Immediately, a mechanical arm bearing a saw blade flew in. Something blunt was needed to catch it. For that sake, I strained my heart to coil the Mang. The blood cloak worn with resentment was sturdier than before. But the indiscriminate gyration of the saw blade forced the blood to shed and burst. But I must bear it. I allowed what little blood I had left to gush out to endure this brutality. I put my hands on the cold metal box and looked it straight in the eye, hidden deep within.
What are you looking at that makes you so pleased?
And before my blood could fall apart, two Mang. Thirst. The Mang spurred my thirst for the blood I was to spill, and so I jabbed my blade deep into the box. The gazes, the people, the destiny that had until now merely observed the suffering of my life, as if cursing everything in this world. I poured out all of my strength. I poured out all of the strength I could muster into it. The blade of blood embedded into its eye took on a sporadically pointed shape akin to a mass of thorns. This form was not of a sword meant to kill, but of a tool that was purely inflicted pain. As if something broke in my head, I ceaselessly thrust the stake-like thorn sword into its eye socket. I couldn't protect anything. I may never be able to. That eye peered as if it could see my whole life, from past to present. Dryly yet interestedly. It was as if I, who even let Garnet die, the one I could have saved, could only see my own impatience and naivety beyond the pupil. The box, as if trying to release itself from the agony, shook violently and, at the same time, fiercely pulled down its saw blade in an attempt to cleave me. The undying rage was directed at this thing that does not pay the price for peering at tragedy only for pleasure. Are the fruits of what I expected the dots only ripening now? No, this is wrath towards itself. Water, water, water. For having forgotten about Garnet, though I have surpassed those dots, but also towards that thing. which consistently peered without forgetting about Garnet. Spat, what are you doing now? What are you doing? Hi. Hi, what are you doing? What are we doing? My goodness, what are we doing? What are you trying to do? No. No, I'm not interested. And naughty, and you know it's naughty. My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, Papa's almost done. You're just making it take longer at this point. You are, in fact, the cause of your own misery. You gotta let Papa finish here. I stopped the sword that I had been plunging in for a while. Two eyes that shed blood and tears looked at the single eye in the hole, also shedding blood and tears.
Now I am the one who peers.
Look at me. I am the peerer now. The box, as if screaming, shook unceasingly. I drove the blood-woven blade even deeper into the gap in order to engrave the pain until the end. Clang. As the knife burrowed into a deeper place in the box, I felt it get caught on something. With all my might, I excruciatingly pulled the blade upwards, cutting it apart. Rip! That's a ripperino, lads. Oh well. Yay! Everything from the flesh inside the box to the safe-like body was sliced clean. The stream of blood that rose to the ceiling fell like a broken hope that couldn't find a place to rest. The rain of blood blanketed its body just as blood covered mine. Without me noticing, the lab was already painted red. The cold laboratory machinery was stained with blood that could have belonged to anyone. And corpses, each telling its own story, lay strewn about in disarray. Once warm, the blood cooled down, giving off a metallic stench. Yes, if there was a hell, it would look like this. The scenery I've always seen is like this too. Click, click. By the time I forgot myself in the stillness of hell before me, I began to hear mechanical noises coming from a speaker somewhere in the lab. And then a familiar voice leaked out. It was Lan Yen's. I already knew what he was going to say. This moment also occurred in one of the innumerable despairs I experienced in the dots, but I couldn't remain calm. My mind was perpetually darkened.
Can you hear me, boss? If he was right, this should be the frequency. I think this is working. I have to tell you this.
Lan Yen's breathing was coarse.
Boss, the office has been attacked.
He was talking with difficulty, as if throwing up blood over his voice. There exists no device or means to transmit speech from his side, and no choice but to listen to words coming one-sidedly from the speaker.
That picture we all saw together, the location of that laboratory, was an N-Corp. Their taboo hunters came here. They rummaged through the office, killed everyone.
Spat, stop. Stop. You are being a menace. You are menacing. Stop. No, stop. You're being a menace. Go away. Go away. Not interested. Due to my experiences in the dots, I had already put together several pieces of the puzzle in my head. The Ring's laboratory, which could only be reached through the corridor, was somewhere within N-Corp. And the footage of their nest, where filming is taboo, found its way into our office. Spat. Piss off. Stop. However, I thought an office of our grade build. Oh, right.
I thought that an office of our grade would be able to negotiate with the taboo hunters before the dispatch. I guess the contents of that tape were a taboo of a high level.
And since the film contained something absolutely unpardonable, we who saw the footage were observed and identified in turn. Once N-Corp's taboo hunters begin their pursuit, they will retrieve the footage after disposing of everyone who has seen it. This must have been the reason why Gubo, who works for N-Corp, was at the Ring's auction house. Through the auction, he would go to the laboratory built somewhere in N-Corp, hidden by the Ring within the corridor, identify its location, and retrieve their researcher. The fact that N-Corp's taboo hunters invaded our office located in V-Corp's nest also means that the two wings had already finished the necessary agreements and approvals. One day, I met with a group called the Elders of V-Corp. They visited me under the guise of greetings and having a meal with me. They spoke with the edges of their mouths stretched to their fullest. Contact us whenever you need it. We'll always be on your side, Mr. Virgilius, understand? Weightless, empty words. They weighed the scales between N-Corp and I, and N-Corp was simply heavier. Their tedious lip service didn't impact the weighing of scales at all.
Well, boss, sure you can negotiate with N-Corp's golden horses. So, I'm not worried about that. But Rikako and Soul at Denver, please take good care of them.
Through the speakers, I could finally hear the sound of someone walking from behind the door of the room where Lanyan was.
And my special bonus. Please pass it to those three when they grow up.
Contact was lost with the roar of something being broken. No more words left behind by Yan Len. Only silence remained again. Spat. Seriously, fuck off. In the end, what I felt was no different from the emotions I had endlessly experienced in Jamsun's dots. But compared to the myriad despairs, this was no different than the pain of a paper cut. So it shouldn't have hurt anymore. But the knife pierced the abscess wound again before the calluses could form. I pressed down on the blood that was flowing out and endured it. No. Am I truly enduring it? I may have already shed all the blood inside me and met my end. that picture goes hard. After cutting that thing down, a small safe-like box had been left in front of me. I stood before the unmoving box and quietly stared down at it. What kind of monster doesn't die and disappear but leaves something behind like this? I left the box there and began my next step. Now that I've lost everything, I have to leave this place. Cut down everything in my path and go where I need to go. Because the city needs to be punished. I'm Batman. How ironic. Now that I've lost everything, that man who suffers the same came to mind. Hey, you're still living the simple life. You've got a color, so why not try doing something that brings more money into it? Seems marriage wasn't worth it. Does it look that way? Your blade looks duller than when we first met, and now you have that odd laughter mixed in. It's quite unpleasant. I guess it's obvious. Truth is, even when oh, wait, is this Roland? Wait, hold up now. We having a conversation with Roland. Doesn't look that way. Your blade looks duller than when we first met. Now you have the odd laughter mixed in. It's quite unpleasant. I guess it's obvious. Truth is, even back when I wore my mask in front of you, I felt like you could see through me. That pressure in your eyes still hasn't changed. If someone heard this, they'd think we've met often. We've only worked together during the Blood Red Knight case, right? Well, that incident did drag on for way too long. Despite calling my gaze a pressure, he was one of the few people that would casually directly look me in the eye. That man, previously so busy with hiding behind a mask, and talk freely and at length by himself. Why are you living in District 9 when you could have gone to another nest? Well, the nest we hope to enter rejected us, but my wife likes it here, so... In many cases, fixers who have reached a certain grade are denied migration to the nest, based on past requests, performance, or contracts. Conversely, this means that others are more eager to let high-grade fixers into their nests. You know how it is. If you set your mind to it, you can enter a nest, but it's really important which nest you get into. And even there, you have to find a good location and a house with the options you like. You can't move in that easily. Plus, you have to consider the price of the house, which has been going up, and schools in the areas they'll become important later on. Yeah. It's hard to move out of a special reason.
You have a lot to say about it, as much as you desire it.
Sorry guys, something requires my attention. I will be right back. Sorry to do a BRB right before the end.
Alright, sorry about that. We're back. Where was I? God damn it, there's more poops. God, please. Animal. God, fuck's sake. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah. Yeah.
You have a lot to say about it, as much as you desire it.
Yeah, I'm a little greedy. So, what's your desire? People who've risen to a certain status always want at least one thing, because that's how they crawl their way up. Those who wanted to rise above the city had to do everything in their power. It takes desire that shields against one's vice to climb up this cliff.
as one wrong step would likely result in a fall.
Didn't you say this was your last job?
Yep, and it's almost time we get going. Come to think of it, it's pretty crazy I'm gonna do my last job with you.
It wouldn't hurt to tell you at this occasion, then.
Unwillingly, I lightly spoke out the desires and the world I had pictured in my mind. At our first meeting, he seemed to abhor everything he saw, such that he would bow his head and hide his face from the world, as if he was trying to bear the sins of his city. Was that why I thought he had to understood what it took to understand my world? Seriously?
Yes.
That's unexpected. I don't understand why everyone who gets their color ends up having a screw loose without exception.
Forget it. You'd think of it as less of an insincere joke either way.
Well, yeah, but considering it's you, it might not be impossible. And a long pause after. Don't take everything so seriously. That's that and this. He said the thing! I looked at him quietly, smiling.
I can't say I know you well, but I don't think those words suit you.
I see. You were exhausted as well. Or rather, did your initiative reach its end there? Not wanting to use my eyes any further, I stopped them again, and we executed our request. Ah, yep, there's the boy! There's that boy! Emergency ran for real. How long has it been since that day? The city had become brimmed with light and darkness for quite some time. The sound of the piano had also echoed far and wide for a while. Yeah, sure did. By that time, I myself realized it. Something was already speaking to me in my darkened room. Red Gaze, were you involved in this incident? His voice, which I hadn't heard in a long time, held spiteful malice and murderous intentions. Together it came with a foul stench of blood. I did not notice such a dark presence because of the intense patience of the intruder, who was capable of perfectly concealing it all in shadows.
Black silence. You didn't ask for permission as usual.
I felt as if I could I could see the tear-filled eyes beyond his mouth. I completely lost the ability to talk there.
I've been informed of what happened, and I feel sorry for it. But I'm also curious as to why you believe I was involved in that.
You feel sorry? Quit it with this worthless speech. My sympathetic feelings were genuine, but it is also true that my words had no worth. There are no words of comfort in this world I can offer to this person. Grief and sorrow are his to bear, and nothing can replace them. The same applies to me. As such, there is nothing either of us can do about it. Any words we'll exchange hereafter will not be words meant to touch the heart. Now this one, depending on what I say, will try to murder me immediately, and when he does, I will do my best to defend myself and slay him in turn. I must consider all such possibilities and choose my words and actions carefully, as if I had a starved, ravenous beast in front of me. Red Gaze, you once told me about the world you desired. It's because of that conversation we've had in the past that I'll point out you got it completely wrong. That slip of tongue. Was he able to understand the wish laden in those words?
That was nothing more than a dream I once had. I can't even begin to put it into practice. It's merely an ideal.
I looked into the eyes that were hidden somewhere behind the mask. Some time passed, and in time, a deeply hoarse voice arose. You'd better be telling the truth. The blast masked someone calmly opened the door and left, disappearing into the darkness and quiet, never to be seen again. The words I was unable to speak out, mixed together with the still, stirring bloodlust in the air, whirled around in my throat.
If such a reality really came to pass, even you, as you are now, would be at peace.
The silence of that time, which appeared as if an uninvited guest, raised a valid point. The time to create such a world has arrived. Shing! From here, I could only hear a low sound coming from the laboratory. It came from the test tubes that contained the orphanage's children. Most of the tubes were forced open, and the children that changed due to the glass window were lying down on the floor. However, don't mind me just punching the mic. However, a single test tube remained closed, and now it was slowly opening. I saw a face I thought I would never see again. That face, quietly and expressionlessly looking at me, was that of Lapis. I ran straight to Lapis. Lapis. She had no external wounds, however, she didn't reply, for her pupils no longer looked at light, like in the past. Her eyes, no longer bound to the wheel of time, saw a different world beyond this one. Lapis? I'm not Lapis. My name... Karen! Oh, snap, it was Karen! Where did the name Karen come from? The ring's glass window experiment was successful. With the success of Jumsoon's experiment, Lapis no longer exists. Expelled and overridden by Karen. Lapis is effectively dead. The light that I thought was a lighthouse was merely a shadow on the water, and there was no island after all. Thus, I decided to turn my back on the child in front of me, and only dig up more of my wounds, so I had to sever our connection before it was built. This is both for my and Karen's sake. I approached the various administrative recording devices installed in the chamber where Gubo and Natsu were. I had to print out and organize all the technical documents about the ring's research. I'd used everything available, so I paid no mind to whose and how much blood stained this data. The only thing that mattered was whether it was valuable or not. The strange child in the shape of Lapis walked to my location. Karen, hungry. Without a reply, I kept collecting documents. The child, without any reaction in particular, walked to another spot. These papers hold some high-value information. Companies and fixers who make good deals come to mind. At this rate, I should be able to attain the power needed to take the first step. The moment I thought so, the corpses of Rikako and Natsuo entered the edges of my gaze. I stopped what I was doing and moved to Rikako's front. His eyes, fallen and backstabbed, looked at shadows. I closed his eyes, and I took off my coat and covered Natsuo's minced body. And before I realized it, Lapis, no, Karen was observing me. What are you doing? Karen found this shiny thing. It's warm. Karen reached out with her hand. It was a hand with no alertness or fear. Suddenly, the pit of my stomach began to hurt again. The pain that pierced my back, caused by that very same hand, in one of my many alternate worlds, felt more bearable than this.
This is...
In Karen's hand was a red jewel. The jewel garnet was cocooned in. That was broken and shattered by those saw blades, losing its light and warmth. Yet the piece Karen held was shining as if crying. Among the numerous tiny fragments, this was the only one that shined. I was about to grab the piece that Karen held out, but she withdrew her hand again. Karen found that in the pile. So it's Karen's. I like it. It's warm. I painfully suppressed the emotion that seemed to be squeezing my throat. Karen is curious about the name of this shiny. Do you know?
Garnet. A jewel that shines red.
In the end, my heart, which didn't wish to exchange words, slowly melted down before this child who had picked up a star in the night. Why does this thing called a heart not work as I wish it to? Boom! Together with the sound of an explosion, one of the lab's doors is blown open. They look quite different from N-Corp's taboo hunters. Actually, it doesn't matter what or who they are. I seized the handle of my Gladius once more. LCA. Oh, we got Limbus Company! LCA Special Operations Team completed entry into operational position. Red has been found. The area is now surrounded by the second camp. An unfamiliar name was heard. That didn't matter to me. They were probably just one of the obstacles on the road that I would have to cut down anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Peach, my love. With that in mind, I was about to put some strength into my hand and my sword when... No, there's no need to shed blood anymore. Someone walked out from the middle of the armed group. A person with hair seemed white from a distance, but grayish. Faust? We got Faust? She showed no agitation or nervousness toward my sword-wielding appearance. Rather than calm, she seemed to be simply fatigued by everything. A familiar feeling. Boredom. I am Faust of the Limbus Company. This is the first time I've heard of such a company, but since this is a company, it must have raided this lab for its technology. I know what you want, and I can help you achieve it. I regard it as nothing more than the lip service of an employee, a truly worthless statement. Lapis and Garnet. We can give those two back to you. I motionlessly stared at her words. I felt my eyes tremble for a moment. I planned to walk the path of my lonesome, but the red light shining from a jewel shattered to pieces. The warmth of that light offered to me by a child, both familiar yet different. That single sentence from a stranger which compelled me to turn my head, if only faintly, to the light, and the faded promise from the past. They seized me, stopping me in my tracks. How about it, Red Gaze? Would you like to work with Limbus Company? I closed my eyes.
Let's hear what you have to say.
And that's how he joined up with Limbus Company, and that's what they offered him, huh? Yeah, you're gonna bring Garnet back? I mean, okay, good luck, Faust. Hell yeah! This was quite the read. I understand Virgilius so much better now, and we got to see Virgilius pop ego. I can see why people I've seen plenty of jokes where Virgilius is like a fan character, like, oh guys, this is Virgilius. He's a color fixer. He's actually the Red Gaze, and he has ego, and he's best friends with Roland. And, he's the only one. Roland was okay with being without his mask around him. It was totally fine, and he actually spared him when he was on his rampage. I can see where all that was coming from now. But yeah, this was a cool read. I'm not familiar with the history behind it, so I don't know why they suddenly went from comic to web novel, but that's fine. Stretch. Alright. We did it. We read the entirety of Leviathan. We've done it. If you're reading count to 6, yeah, I was thinking about that, the part in the basement. Yeah, especially when he was saying,
family. Such a blood-stained word.
Now I know. And also probably why he was all about killing those Pecatulum in the basement. He's like, nah, screw this. Not doing this again. Man, my throat is going to be shot tomorrow, but that's fine. That's what we do here. So that is going to do it for tonight, but tomorrow, of course, we're going to be playing some Limbus Company, where I attempt my assassination challenge run. That one's probably going to be a very, very long stream. So I hope you guys will join me for that, and I'm going to go eat some dinner and go to sleep and rest my throat. And you all should do the same on this lovely Friday night. Take care of yourselves, pigeons. I will see you next time.